Chapter 5180. Huang Shui had once underestimated Ling Xiao before, but after experiencing several setbacks, she deeply understood a principle. That was how difficult Ling Xiao, that kid, was to deal with. What others could not do, Ling Xiao might not be able to do. Facing this kid, she definitely could not lower her guard. All right, since that's the case, we'll set off immediately. But you don't have to worry too much. I still have a perfect plan. I guarantee that they'll all die inside and can't come out. But that plan is somewhat dangerous. It might even trap us. So unless it's a last resort, I won't use it. The Wild Sand King was a cautious person. After hearing Huang Shui's evaluation of Ling Xiao, and then thinking about his curse being removed. This Ling Xiao was indeed not easy to deal with. No matter what, let's set off. As long as you can kill Ling Xiao, I can help you get what you want. In order to kill Ling Xiao, Huang Shui did not hesitate to cooperate with the Wild Sand King. On the other side, inside the ruins of the Soul Armor sect, the further in they went, the fewer people there were. When they were about 1,000 meters away from the entrance, apart from the people of Sword King City, there was not a single neutral martial artist in sight. Ling Xiao's group had consecutively passed through 3 layers of array formations to reach here. This was naturally all thanks to Ling Xiao's contribution. Although it was no problem to rely on Divine Soul Realm powerhouses to forcefully break it, it was an array formation that had fallen into disrepair for many years after all. It was not as sturdy as before. But not only was the movement great, but the consumption was also great. It was very not worth it. It's going to fork from here. The left is where the flower of law is, and the right is where the god fruit is. In order to investigate this information, we lost many experts. Even I personally took action. I didn't expect it to be so easy this time. People who understand array formations are really different. Yemo was somewhat rueful. If he had known earlier, he would have learned some array formation knowledge. Let's find the flower of law first. Ling Xiao said after some thought. Perhaps to others, the god fruit was the most urgent thing to obtain. But to Ling Xiao, it was the exact opposite. What he needed more was the flower of law. The flower of laws is of little use to the cultivators of the eternal divine realm. However, it was said that powerful alchemists could use the flower of law and other herbs to refine pills that were beneficial to martial artists. Therefore, there were also some people fighting for the flower of law. However, very few were able to reach that place. In the end, none of them managed to obtain it. Yiqiu reminded, we already knew about these difficulties before coming here. No matter what, we must obtain the flower of law. This is related to whether or not my plan can be carried out smoothly. If Ling Xiao wanted to achieve his ambitions, he could not be afraid of difficulties. Listen to young master. Let's go. Yi Mo waved his hand, and everyone rushed towards the flower of law. More than 20 minutes passed. The joint team formed by Wild Sand King and Huang Shui also arrived at the fork. A black shadow flashed out from the darkness. He bowed and said, Boss, they went to the flower of law. Strange. Flowers of laws aren't very useful to people from the eternal divine realm. What does he need them for? Wild Sand King frowned and said, Forget it. Let's go look for the deity's fruit first. Even if he obtains the flower of law, so what? He can forget about leaving alive. No, we must kill Ling Xiao first. Huang Shui shook her head and said, If you want to obtain the deity's fruit, you must borrow our strength. So kill Ling Xiao first, then look for the deity's fruit. What a troublesome woman. Wild Sand King frowned. He really wanted to kill this Huang Shui, but she had experts protecting her. Even if he could kill her, it would definitely consume a lot of energy. At that time, it would be a joke if Yi Mo took advantage of it. Moreover, Just as Huang Shui said, if he wanted to obtain the deity's fruit, he must borrow Huang Shui's strength. The reason why this journey was so easy was that Huang Shui's team had a formation master. Forget it. Then we'll go kill people first. But Huang Shui, listen up. If you dare to go back on your words after killing that brat, I'll definitely make sure you can't return to the Golden Domain. Others might be afraid of your father, but I'm not. Wild Sand King threatened Huang Shui for a while before chasing after Ling Xiao and the others. After entering the ruins, Ling Xiao and the rest slowed down. Although they wanted to quickly obtain the Flower of Law, the ruins were full of danger. They had to be on guard, because the Soul Armor sect had been destroyed tens of thousands of years ago. There were many places in the ruins that were simply sacred grounds for demonic beasts. Along the way, they encountered several waves of powerful demonic beasts. Fortunately, this team was very strong. In addition, Cold Plum discovered the enemies in time, so they could easily resolve the crisis. Be careful, there's a demonic beast ambush ahead. Cold Plum suddenly warned. Yi Mo skillfully made a few hand gestures. Without needing to say anything, those experts under him had already arranged the battle formation. I'll lure them out. Ling Zhao's figure dashed out. Soon after, he heard the roars of demonic beasts. Ling Zhao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Dozens of demonic beasts charged over, looking ferocious. It was as if their partner to carry on their ancestral line had been snatched away. Attack! Yi Mo shouted. The experts under him rushed out one after another and fought with those demonic beasts. He didn't attack. As the commander and the top expert among these people, he had to be prepared to fight against strong enemies at all times. His current task was to conserve his strength. The demonic beasts weren't weak, but unfortunately, they encountered this group of divine soul realm experts. Naturally, they were no match for them. In just a few minutes, the battle had already ended. Just as everyone was about to heave a sigh of relief, a black shadow suddenly charged toward Cold Plum. This guy had been hiding in the dark for a long time. He was waiting for the moment when everyone relaxed to attack. Unfortunately, he had calculated wrongly. Even if everyone else relaxed their vigilance, Ling Xiao wouldn't. God-defying technique. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao used his most powerful move. The move after the God-defying technique's cross form. When this move was used, it contained the terrifying will to resist the gods. Everyone was intimidated by this. That monster that had reached the peak of the 9th level of the divine body realm was actually repelled and shattered by Ling Zhao's sword. Ling Xiao felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained. Fortunately, the God-defying sword helped him bear some of the pressure. Only then did he manage to not faint. The God-defying technique was even more powerful than the 9 dragons' divine art. It was just that the consumption was also much greater. Fortunately, with the God-defying sword in hand, it was much easier to use the God-defying technique than the 9 dragons' divine art. Don't relax. That should be the martial soul phantom wearing the soul armor. It's even more difficult to deal with than the demonic beasts. Ling Xiao shouted, and then hurriedly swallowed a handful of pills. The pills that were exceptionally precious in the eyes of others were swallowed by him without hesitation. Anyway, his body was very strong and could bear it. He also knew how to refine pills, so he wasn't afraid of wasting them. The Soul Armor sect could actually create such a terrifying thing. Perhaps they were really strong back then. Yi Mo was also shocked. If it weren't for Ling Xiao just now, Cold Plum would have been ambushed. Chapter 5181. These martial souls have already fused with the soul armor and contain the strength of the soul armor sect's experts. If we can get them, it will be a great help. Yi Mo looked at the shattered martial soul and sighed. But young master, your attack just now was really strong. Do you want to take a rest? No, let's continue. Ling Xiao shook his head. Although he had consumed a lot of energy, he could recover quickly with so many people protecting him. However, Yimo's words reminded Ling Xiao of something. Was there any way to subdue these martial soul warriors? If he succeeded, even if the empire of Tyrant Heavens moved into the eternal divine realm in advance, they would have a certain level of protection. With this protection, they could develop slowly. Then, the group continued to move forward. Along the way, they encountered a few waves of demon beast attacks. Although a few people were injured, it was not a big deal. With Ling Xiao, a powerful medicine master, their injuries could be healed in a moment. The demon beasts were easier to deal with. After all, they were not very strong. But the martial soul warriors were troublesome. Moreover, these martial soul warriors seemed to have noticed that Cold Plum played a key role in this team. So, many of their sneak attacks were targeted at Cold Plum. Fortunately, with the lesson learned, the next few times could be said to be daunting but not dangerous. Ling Xiao was lucky enough to check a few more intact martial soul warrior corpses. To put it bluntly, this corpse was a soul armor. On the soul armor, there were arrays and sacred inscriptions to seal the powerful martial soul and expert's cultivation. Along the way, he did not attack again. While recovering, he pondered about these arrays and sacred inscriptions. His eyes were filled with excitement. After about 20 minutes, the group finally arrived at the place where the Flower of Law was. The Flower of Law grew in a muddy swamp. It grew out of the mud without being stained. To Ling Xiao's surprise, there were other martial artists here. However, it seemed that there was no way to get the Flower of Law. They were squatting there with a bitter face, racking their brains. The martial artists who could make it here were all powerful. They were all godly soul realm experts. However, compared to Ling Xiao's team, it was obviously not enough. Therefore, those people appeared to be more nervous and vigilant at this time. Ling Xiao did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he looked at a field of flowers in the swamp. There wasn't just one Flower of Law, but an entire field. There were over 1,000 flowers of law. Every single one of them was in full bloom. The seemingly ordinary swamp emitted a strange aura of laws. Ling Xiao found traces of an array formation there. The Soul Armor Sect and the Divine Rune Sect are from the same era. They must have learned the Divine Rune Art from the Divine Rune Sect. Their mastery of the Divine Rune Art is not bad, but it's far inferior to the Divine Rune Sect. However, the Armor Soul Sect's magic arrays and formations were quite powerful. The combination of the two stumped many people. After all, it's really rare to find a martial artist who knows both arrays and saint inscriptions. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao could not help but smile faintly. This was simply a relic prepared for him. He was glad that he had discovered the Divine Rune Sect's ruins in advance. Otherwise, he would have had a headache today. Just as he was thinking about this, a rush of footsteps came from behind him. Everyone turned around and was on high alert. A group of people walked out of the darkness. We finally caught up. The Flower of Law has not been taken away yet. Seeing that Ling Xiao and the others had yet to make a move, Chi Fei was a little excited. He was one of the people who was most unwilling to see Ling Xiao being proud. Huang Shui, you're really something. You're actually colluding with the Wild Sand King. If the Golden King knows about this, he'll probably be furious. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Shui and said coldly, "So what if Father knows? There are no eternal enemies in this world and no eternal friends. In order to achieve my goal, I don't mind cooperating with the devil, let alone the Wild Sand King." Huang Shui said disdainfully, "Although that's the case, You're simply asking a tiger for its skin. Be careful not to lose your life. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Shui indifferently. With this woman's shrewdness, it was impossible for her not to see through the wild Sand King's intentions. Even so, she still wanted to cooperate. It was enough to show how crazy this woman was to achieve her goal. You don't have to care about this matter. In any case, you must die here today. I don't care who gets the flower of law. I only want your life. Huang Shui's expression became incomparably malevolent. Are you crazy? Do I have any deep hatred with you? Ling Xiao was really speechless. Speaking of which, he should be the one who hated Huang Shui. Why did this woman treat him as a mortal danger? You and I don't have any deep hatred, but your talent makes me feel fear. With you around, I'm afraid the Golden Martial Kingdom will not be peaceful in the future. Father is underestimating you too much. However, I won't. I will only be at ease if you die. Huang Shui said with gritted teeth. Ling Xiao shook his head. Since that's the case, there's no room for discussion. Huang Shui, I originally didn't want to kill you. However, you've been making things difficult for me. As long as I have the chance today, I will definitely kill you. Let's not talk any more nonsense. Do it. Huang Shui looked at the Wild Sand King and said, Everyone, follow me into the swamp. Ling Xiao was deeply aware that the strength of his side could not possibly be a match for the other party's combined strength. Forcefully fighting would only result in disastrous casualties. However, he thought of a good method. He directly stepped into the swamp. The 100 over people from Sword King's city followed in without even thinking. Crazy! Huang Shui stopped her footsteps and shouted in shock. Her team had been here before, and they had lost a few people. This swamp was very strange and terrifying. When martial artists entered, they would first be poisoned. Then, their bodies would be swallowed by the muddy swamp. No matter how strong they were, it was useless. It was precisely because of this that she stopped her footsteps and said that Ling Xiao was crazy. Ling Xiao's action was completely a kind of suicide. Those martial artists guarding the edge of the swamp were also dumbfounded. They had previously witnessed the appearance of martial artists dying miserably after entering the swamp with their own eyes. This fool actually brought so many experts to court death. Ha ha ha. Since they are courting death themselves, there's no need for us to make a move. The Wild Sand King also laughed heartily. To be honest, although he was slightly stronger than the Sword King Yemo, if he wanted to win, he would probably have to pay a disastrous price. Hence, if he could not fight, he would not be willing to fight no matter what. Dying like this is really letting him off too easily. Qi Fei gritted his teeth. He always wanted to make a move and kill Ling Xiao alone. It looked like there was no chance for that. Under the many people's mocking and gloating gazes, Ling Xiao and the martial artists from Sword King City all stepped into the swamp. However, in the next instant, these people were all dumbfounded. What they imagined did not happen. Ling Xiao and the rest completely walked towards the Flower of Law without any problems. What's going on? Could it be that the array formation of the swamp was removed? Huang Shui was stunned for a moment before immediately ordering, Chase, quickly chase for me. Chapter 5182. Not just Huang Shui, several neutral martial artists also pounced toward the swamp at the same time. But what followed were desperate screams and mournful wails. The few people who went in were all dead. Strange. Seeing those people die, Huang Shui, Wild Sand King, and the rest completely did not know what happened. Ling Xiao's sense of mystery increased again. But Yi Emo sighed in his heart. Ling Xiao's status in his heart became even higher. Not afraid of the swamp's poison. That was because everyone had poison-resistance sacred runes drawn on their bodies. Not afraid of falling into the swamp. That was because everyone had light body sacred runes drawn on their bodies. This swamp's array formation was very strange. It did not allow martial artists to use the slightest bit of divine essence or soul force. But if they did not use divine essence or soul force, they would definitely be poisoned to death or drowned. It looked simply unsolvable. Actually, if one knew the sacred rune art and array formation, it became very simple. Regardless of whether it was soaring in the air or resisting poison, it was all done by the sacred runes. Martial artists could not use any soul force or divine essence. Damn it, we actually let that guy have his way. Wild Sand King, Huang Shui, Chi Fei, and the rest were all helpless. This swamp completely trapped them. Instead, Sword King City's people could move freely. No matter, we'll just guard here. They have to come out after taking the thing. He still has to die. Huang Shui finally gritted her teeth and said there was no other exit here. That was why Huang Shui had such a judgment. Sword King City's people arrived near the flower field. Ling Xiao waved his hand and transplanted that flower field into the mountain river world. This way, he could use the freshest flower of law to refine pills. Master, I found this. Cold Plum actually took out a bronze mirror from the depths of the swamp. Ling Xiao received the bronze mirror. The moment it entered his hand, he felt a powerful soul force undulation. Just as he was about to examine it carefully, he suddenly discovered that the array, formation, and sacred runes on the swamp disappeared. It looked like this bronze mirror should be the key to the array formation and sacred runes, providing energy for them. Already obtained the treasure. No need to stay here anymore. Let's go. Ling Xiao took out a refining array stone. What was sealed on it was a transmission array. He had already set up a marker at the fork in the road. Through the teleportation array activated by the array refining stone, one could directly reach the fork. F*CK, this works too. The Wild Sand King cursed. Hurry up and go to the deity fruit. Ling Xiao, this guy is really cunning. After he finished speaking, he turned around and ran out. Huang Shui did not hold back, either. After all, anyone could tell that Ling Xiao used a transportation formation. Their plan of waiting for him was completely useless. He could only try his best to hurry. Cunning fellow, I'll let you be proud for a while. You actually know how to set up a teleportation formation. However, I don't believe that your materials can be used many times. Everything you obtain will belong to us. Chi Fei glared fiercely at Ling Xiao before he left with the rest of the group. In fact, Chi Fei was right. Although it was easy to set up a teleportation array, the materials required were difficult to gather. If it wasn't a critical moment, he wouldn't use it. However, the array refining stone this time could be used 3 times. All the materials were provided by Yi Mo. Before he entered, he set up a marker outside. As long as it was within 1,000 meters, one could teleport to the place where the marker was at. This was also Ling Xiao's limit. Exceeding this distance would not work. The next instant, Ling Xiao and the rest already appeared at the fork in the road. They did not stop, but headed straight for the place where the deity fruit was at. Not far away, sounds of pursuit already came over. The enemy's speed was not slow. Sir, you're really resourceful. If not for you this time, that flower of law simply wouldn't be able to obtain so easily. Yi Mo said with vicissitudes of emotion, Senior Sword King, don't praise me anymore. Being successful once doesn't mean that it will be successful every time. I obtained the flower of law, but I haven't seen the shadow of the deity fruit yet. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, better put away the heart of underestimation so as to avoid capsizing in the gutter. Not until the last moment. It's really hard to say whether we'll win. It's rare that Sir is so humble and cautious at such a young age. This he admires. Yi Mo discovered that he really liked Ling Xiao, this little fellow, more and more. Previously, he served in order to fulfill his promise. But with more and more contact, he liked to follow Ling Xiao more and more, because Ling Xiao could always surprise him. Not talking anymore, let's go. Ling Xiao was happy in his heart, but he knew that he could not be complacent at this moment. Only by successfully obtaining the deity fruit and then leaving safely would it be a true victory. At that time, he could hold a big banquet in Sword King City to celebrate. Speaking of Sword King City, at this time, a large number of people appeared around Sword King City. They surrounded Sword King City until not even a drop of water could trickle through. The one in charge of guarding Sword King City was Yi Qiu's mother, Feng Qiu. Don't look at how she was just a woman. Actually, back then, she and Yi Mo were the legendary sword pair. It was just that later, she gave birth to a child and gradually withdrew from people's sight. Now, Feng Qiu once again put on her armor and went into battle, just like that Mu Guiying and Hua Mulan. Originally, I thought that Sir Ling was just worrying for nothing. Didn't expect that his words came true. Feng Qiu stood on the city tower and looked coldly at the people besieging Sword King City. Fortunately, Sir Ling has set up the array. Otherwise, it would be difficult to defend the city with the current strength. Pass down the order. Activate the array. Whoever dares to attack will die. Do you really think that Sword King City is a pushover? Feng Qiu waved her hand and gave the order. Although the divine soul realm experts had been transferred away, there were still many martial artists left in Sword King City. With the protection of the array, it would not be a problem for them to defend the city. I'll wait for you guys to come back and hold a banquet in Sword King City. The battle had already begun. Feng Qiu looked in the direction of the ruins. In fact, the situation there was worse than here. Back in the ruins. Master, what is this thing? Cold Plum pointed at the bronze mirror in Ling Xiao's hand and asked. They were not needed for the battle on the way. The martial artists in Sword King City were enough. This made Ling Xiao very glad that he had Yi Mo's support. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to snatch food from the tiger's mouth with his strength alone. He definitely could not deal with the terrifying demonic beasts and martial soul realm warriors. The weakest of them was at the 9th level of the divine physique realm. There were even demonic beasts that were at the divine soul realm. He was at his wit's end. It seems to be a Dharma treasure used to maintain the array and sacred runes. However, it has been damaged for a long time. Ling Xiao studied the bronze mirror carefully. It was not an emperor weapon. He could not find any clues. However, it was definitely stronger than an emperor weapon. It was a pity that it had not been maintained for a long time and had lost its luster. Is it still useful now? Yu Fanghua asked. Of course it is. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I've studied it. If the power of the bronze mirror is released instantly, it can instantly kill a divine soul realm expert. However, when that happens, the bronze mirror will be destroyed. So terrifying. Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua were shocked. Even if it could only be used once, it was simply a killing weapon. Chapter 51:83. For Ling Xiao, although the bronze mirror in his hand was damaged, it had become a great killing weapon. At the critical moment, he wouldn't be reluctant to part with it. With this kind of thing in his hand, even if he was caught by the wild Sand King, he would have the ability to turn defeat into victory. While the two were talking, Yi Mo and the experts of Sword King City were constantly clearing the obstacles on the road. Whether it was monster beasts or martial soul warriors, they were all killed. The difficulty was about the same as the Flower of Law. After all, this was just 2 forks in the road. Ling Xiao only needed to occasionally give healing pills to the injured cultivators. The injured would be protected, and the uninjured would continue to fight. Although during this period, they also encountered some cultivators fighting for other things, they were directly ignored. Ling Zhao's purpose in coming to this ruin was the flower of law and the god's fruit. He had to get these two things first before thinking about other things. After more than 20 minutes, Cold Plum's excited voice sounded, "Master, there is the aura of the god's fruit. It seems that it should be arriving soon." Ling Zhao nodded and looked at Yimo. "Brothers of Sorking City have worked hard. This time, I definitely won't let you work for nothing." Although Yimo promised to do things for him, the others in Sorking City didn't owe him anything. They also came in together and helped a lot. If Ling Zhao didn't give them some benefits, it would definitely not be justifiable. You all heard it, right? This young master won't let your blood and sweat go to waste. Put in more effort. The more good things you find, the more rewards you will get. Yimo also knew that although these experts were very loyal to him, he still had to give some appropriate rewards. Sometimes loyalty without reason was actually unreliable. Soon, everyone saw the god's fruit. Although there was only one fruit, it was much bigger than imagined. The round fruit was at least 1 meter in diameter. Such a huge god's fruit was naturally very eye-catching. The pure, white, holy light released from it made people feel like they were worshiping it. God's fruit, there's no doubt about it. Ling Zhao had done his homework before coming here. He was already very familiar with what the god's fruit looked like. However, the largest fruit recorded in the book was only the size of a watermelon. This one, however, was much bigger. This also meant that he could refine even more god pills. Previously, he had estimated that he could refine 10 pills. Now, it seemed that he could refine at least 100 pills. Just like the flower of law, the surroundings of the god fruit were still filled with danger. Ling Zhao was thinking about how to solve it. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It turned out that the Wild Sand King and Huang Shui's joint forces had arrived. However, because they were in a hurry, it seemed that not all of them had come. Only a few top experts had come. No one knew where Qi Fei had been thrown to. I finally caught up. I was almost tricked by that brat. When the Wild Sand King arrived and saw that the god fruit was still there, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the god fruit would not be snatched away so easily, Ling Zhao had already displayed his extraordinary ability. He had to be careful. Ling Zhao, don't think that you can be proud of yourself just because you obtained the flower of law. Let me tell you, this god fruit is mine. The Wild Sand King wanted the god fruit because he wanted to upgrade his martial spirit to a god martial spirit. Although he was very powerful, in reality, his martial spirit was only an ordinary martial spirit. It was just a more powerful martial spirit among ordinary martial spirits, the Wild Sand martial spirit. If he could upgrade the Wild Sand martial spirit to a god martial spirit, then the Wild Sand King's strength would definitely increase. At that time, he would no longer have to listen to the Dog King. It was time for the Golden Martial Kingdom to have a new leader. Then you have to have the ability to obtain it. Ling Zhao mocked, "Since I can obtain the flower of law, then I have the ability to obtain the god fruit. In this kind of place, strength is not absolute." "Hee, do you think we will make the same mistake as before? Huang Shui, you think of a way to obtain the god fruit. I'll delay Yimo. Although not all of our people are here, we are still evenly matched with them. Keep an eye on Ling Zhao. This brat's ability is not small. The god fruit might fall into his hands again." The Wild Sand King already did not plan to wait for an opportunity slowly. He decided to delay Yimo first. Without Yimo, Ling Zhao could not even defeat the powerful martial spirit warrior guarding the god fruit. So what if he knew array formations and sacred runes? Finished talking, He already tore through the air and left. A patch of wild sand swept up in the void, directly enveloping Ling Zhao's side. He was not just attacking Yi Mo. He wanted to finish off Ling Zhao as well. This wild sand was not ordinary wild sand. It contained a terrifying curse poison. As long as one was touched or inhaled, one would be immediately poisoned. If the poison was mild, one could still rely on divine essence to force the poison out of the body. But if the poison was too severe, one would probably die on the spot. Yi Qiu, take good care of Sir Ling, remember. No matter what happens, even if you lose the treasure, you have to ensure Sir Ling's safety. Yi Mo instructed Yi Qiu. The long sword in his hand trembled. Sword intent surged to the sky, and it actually blasted away that wild sand. Both sides' top experts taking action. The scene was rather shocking. Just the horrifying aura made people very uncomfortable. Yi Mo, although I really don't want to fight with you. After all, even if I win against you, I'll also suffer considerable losses. It's very easy for others to profit from the fight. But today, I have no choice but to take action. Since you already obtained the flower of laws, why be so greedy? Leave the god fruit to me. The Wild Sand King said with a cold laugh. Ferocious killing intent surfaced in Yimo's eyes, and he said coldly, Wild Sand King, do you know that I've already waited for this day for a very long time? 10 years you made my son, Yi Qiu, suffer painful torment for 10 years. This enmity can only be repaid with your life. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. If you want to take revenge, you have to have the ability to do so. The Wild Sand King said disdainfully, You probably don't know, but Sword King City is currently surrounded by experts from the land of exile. It's probably in imminent danger. Your daughter, your wife, they will all die in this chaos. The wild sand behind the Wild Sand King condensed into a huge sand snake. It stuck out its tongue and stared at Yi Mo with killing intent. Yi Mo wanted to kill the Wild Sand King, but how could the Wild Sand King not want to kill Yi Mo? These two people were already like fire and water since 10 years ago. Today, they were just settling the matter from 10 years ago. He thought that Yi Mo would be shocked after hearing his words. But the Wild Sand King was disappointed. Yi Mo's expression did not change at all. Wild Sand King, we're both old. This era is destined to belong to the young. You probably didn't expect that Sword King City has already set up a terrifying array under Sir Ling's control. Those people will only be sending themselves to death if they go. Chapter 5184. What? The Wild Sand King's expression changed. He didn't care about other cultivators, but his foster son, Yihan, was his hope. If he died in this battle, it wouldn't be worth it. You're lying. How can he set up a decent formation in 3 days? He didn't believe Yi Mo's words. It's up to you to believe it or not. Maybe other people can't do it, but young Master Ling can. Young Master, I'll kill the Wild Sand King. I'll leave the rest to you. Yi Mo didn't waste any more words. He stabbed out with his sword and released his sword god martial spirit, the terrifying sword Qi, and the sand snake started to fight in the air. Boom! At some point, the two of them collided and were sent flying. After stabilizing his body, the Wild Sand King's expression turned ugly. How is this possible? You're obviously weaker than me. How did you become so strong? You can actually fight me to a draw. Wild Sand King, I've said it before. Your time is over. Young Masters, St. Rune, Art can make up for the gap between us. It can even make me stronger than you. Yi Mo wasn't confident before. After all, he hadn't fought in a real battle. He couldn't be sure that Ling Zhao's St. Rune art was useful. However, the collision this time had clearly filled him with confidence. This time, the Wild Sand King had suffered a loss. His sword chi was obviously sharper and hurt his opponent. There's no need to worry about Senior Sword King. Let's hurry up and get the god fruit. Ling Xiao also heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Mo said he was weaker than the Wild Sand King, but he didn't know how much of a difference there was. Ling Xiao could only analyze it himself. It was hard to guarantee that a first-grade Saint Rune could make up for the difference. However, it seemed that it wasn't bad. Sword King Yi Mo was able to fight evenly with his opponent just by using the Barbaric Bull Saint Rune. This meant that the difference between the two wasn't that big. The Barbaric Bull Saint Rune wasn't the only Barbaric Bull Saint Rune he drew on Yi Mo. Other than that, there was the Light Body Saint Rune, the Golden Light Saint Rune, and even the Frenzy Saint Rune. These were all first-grade Saint Runes, but they could be used together to increase a cultivator's overall strength. The effect was quite good. While Wild Sand King and Yi Mo were fighting, the Divine Soul Realm experts, led by Wild Sand King, were also fighting against the Divine Soul Realm experts of Sword King City. Due to the fact that not all of the people on the other side had arrived, the strength of both sides could still be considered to be evenly matched. "I'll guard the entrance," Yi Qiu suddenly said. "As long as the enemy's reinforcements can arrive, young master will have a chance to obtain the deity fruit." The road was very narrow, so as long as there was one expert guarding it, it was basically one man guarding the pass, and 10,000 wouldn't be able to pass through. Ling Xiao nodded and threw out 2 array refining stones at the same time. One of them activated the Lesser Myriad Thunderbolt's Immortal Punishment Array. The other activated the Pestilence Bone Dissolving Formation. He could assist Yi Qiu in battle. At this moment, Huang Shui was the only one left on the opposing side. The rest had all thrown themselves into the battle. On Ling Zhao's side, Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum had yet to join the battle. Of course, although they had more people on their side, their combat power was far inferior. Huang Shui was a half-step Divine Soul Realm expert, which was also the cultivation of the Divine Physique 10th level. On Ling Zhao's side, Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua were only at the early stage of the 9th level Divine Physique echelon. Although they were stronger than ordinary people, they could at most fight against ordinary martial artists at the peak of the 9th level Divine Physique echelon. Against Huang Shui, they had no chance of winning, even if they teamed up. Ling Xiao was on par with the two of them now. However, they had 3 great weapons. The first was the copper mirror that they had just obtained. It could even kill an expert like the Wild Sand King in 1 hit, not to mention Huang Shui. The second was Blackie. After a period of growth, Blackie's strength had already reached the middle stage of the 1st level Divine Physique echelon. However, Blackie was still in his infancy and was still too young. The real battle time was very short, so it had to be used at the right time. The third was Little Gold. If Little Gold could come out of seclusion in time, then leaving Huang Shui to him wouldn't be a problem. However, whether Little Gold could come out of seclusion in time was a problem. Ling Xiao didn't know about this. The 3 great weapons all had some problems. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't want to use them for the time being. "Xiao, Cold Plum, and I will stop that woman. You go and get the god's fruit. Although we are no match for her, stopping her shouldn't be a problem." Yu Fanghua suggested. "Be careful." Ling Xiao had inscribed the Golden Light Saint inscriptions on Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum. Therefore, even if Huang Shui was stronger than them, it wouldn't be easy for her to hurt them. Therefore, he could go and get the god's fruit without any worries. The god's fruit this time was different from the Flower of Law. The Flower of Law was protected by a special array and saint inscriptions. However, the god's fruit seemed to be wild. The Soul Armor sect didn't protect it at all. However, the troublesome thing was that there was a huge flaming lion lying under the god's fruit. Logically speaking, the god's fruit had no effect on demonic beasts. The only reason the flaming lion was attracted to the god's tree was because of the sacred aura released by the god's tree. This made it easier for the flaming lion to cultivate. The flaming lion was extremely strong. It had reached a level that made the Wild Sand King's expression change. Therefore, neither the Wild Sand King nor the Sword King could get the god's fruit alone. Even if they brought their subordinates, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Ha ha ha! Ling Xiao, go and get the god's fruit. You don't have the guts, right? Huang Shui, who was originally anxious, couldn't help but laugh when she saw the flaming lion. She was extremely strong. Even when facing Cold Plum and Yufeng Hua at the same time, she could still easily divert her attention to talk. She was indeed powerful. Huang Shui, use the thing I gave you on Ling Xiao. The Wild Sand King suddenly roared. When Huang Shui heard this, she suddenly realized something. Before they came, the Wild Sand King said that he had a way to kill everyone in Sword King City. As for what the method was, the Wild Sand King didn't say. Instead, he gave her a bottle of red liquid. Huang Shui didn't think too much about it. Her figure moved, avoiding Cold Plum and Yufeng Hua. The liquid in the bottle splashed on Ling Xiao's body. Blood. When the liquid splashed, the nearby people all smelled it. Ha ha ha! That's the blood of a young flaming lion. When we came here previously, although we didn't get the god's fruit, we killed the young flaming lion. That flaming lion chased after us and caused our black sandstorm to suffer disastrous losses. Ling Xiao, just wait to be torn to shreds by that furious beast. The Wild Sand King laughed loudly. Although he couldn't escape, he had no choice but to use his last resort. However, he was still very happy. Just like what Huang Shui said, if this Ling Xiao didn't die, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep in peace. Therefore, he had to kill Ling Xiao at all costs. Only then would he be able to feel at ease. Roar! A deep roar could be heard. That flaming lion suddenly opened its eyes. As expected, the smell of blood had affected it. Chapter 5185. The huge flaming lion, lying under the divine fruit tree, opened its furious eyes. Its eyes were filled with intense hatred and fury. Its gaze was aimed at Ling Xiao. The Wild Sand King's plan was truly vicious. He actually sprinkled the blood of the young flaming lion on Ling Xiao. Even Ling Xiao wasn't able to guard against something like this. Roar! Without waiting for Ling Xiao to think, the terrifying flaming lion turned into a fiery light and pounced toward Ling Xiao like a red lightning bolt. The violent aura caused even the Wild Sand King and Sword King Yi Mo to tremble. Hee, let's see if you can still survive this time. The Wild Sand King revealed a sinister sneer. Huang Shui also laughed out loud. Finally, Ling Xiao was forced into a dead end. When Sword King Yi Mo saw the situation, he tried to save Ling Xiao. However, he was stopped by the Wild Sand King. Yi Mo, don't even think about interfering today. Didn't you think that the kid is very capable? Then let's just watch him die. The Wild Sand King laughed wildly as he attacked. He didn't give Yi Mo the chance to save Ling Xiao. The situation was extremely serious. A slight delay had already wasted the best chance to save Ling Xiao. Yi Mo said furiously, "Wild Sand King, you're really shameless. You actually used such a despicable trick to deal with a brat at the peak of the 6th level divine physique echelon. What a joke." Xiao, Yufeng Hua screamed and rushed toward Ling Xiao. Although she wasn't a match for the flaming lion, Blackie was still able to block it for a while. "Where are you going?" Huang Shui's cold voice rang out. She approached Yufeng Hua from behind. Yufeng Hua's eyes flashed with coldness. A black light shot out from her body. it turned into a terrifying black-winged demonic dragon. Although it was a cub, it had the strength of the divine soul realm. Huang Shui had no time to defend herself. She was sent flying by the black-winged infant dragon's claw. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. If she wasn't in a hurry to save Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua would definitely kill Huang Shui. At this time, Cold Plum had already set up a large number of obstacles in front of Ling Xiao. Countless plants formed a dense barrier. No matter how powerful the flaming lion was, its first attack was still tenaciously blocked. This gave Blackie a chance to fight. Xiao Hei's battle time could now be extended to about 5 minutes. However, the difference in strength between Little Black and the flaming lion was too great. It probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Roar! The flaming lion, which was entangled by countless vines and roots, was covered in raging flames. The fire burned. Cold Plum's expression suddenly changed. She could not hold on any longer. Cold Plum, assist Xiao Hei. Xiao, go get the deity fruit. At this time, the flaming lion was lured out. It was time to take the god fruit. No, I have the blood of a cub in my body. To that fellow, I am the primary target. Cold Plum, go get the fruit. I will stop this big fellow. Although Ling Xiao was not a match for the flaming lion, he had unfathomable abilities. Dealing with it for a while was no problem. Moreover, he had Yu Fanghua and Blackie to help him. Cold Plum was stunned for a moment. Then she gritted her teeth and headed for the god fruit. In the sky, the wild Sand King was dumbfounded. This sudden change caused him to be a little dazed. No matter what, Huang Shui was a half-step divine soul realm expert. She was actually sent flying by that little black thing's claw. What was going on? Truly trash. However, the situation is still the same. If she can't defeat the flaming lion, that Ling Xiao will definitely die. In the end, the Wild Sand King could only conclude that Huang Shui was too trash. Boom! Once again, the flaming lion pounced towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was astonishingly fast. Dragon God Ice Array Diagram. Child God's Blood Array Diagram. After gradually adapting to the environment of the eternal divine realm, Ling Xiao could now release 2 types of array diagrams at a time. Although it was only a little, the Dragon God's Ice Array Diagram could still reduce the flaming lion's speed. The Child God's Blood Array Diagram could also increase Ling Xiao's chances of dodging. At the same time, it could weaken the flaming lion. It could also increase Ling Xiao's battle prowess. However, none of this could stop that terrifying fellow. It seemed to be futile. Bloodthirsty Shield. Dragon God's Ice Shield. In the blink of an eye, a giant blood-red shield appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This was a defense formed by the Bloodthirsty Plague. As long as one could master the ability of the Bloodthirsty Plague, they could control it to defend or attack. Behind the blood-red shield was a giant ice shield formed by a divine dragon. It was incomparably thick. Even so, Ling Xiao did not have much confidence in blocking it. Thus, he activated the Golden Saint Rune. This first-grade Saint Rune could block multiple attacks from an early-stage, first-tier godly spirit realm expert. However, the flaming lion was too strong. Whether or not it could block, it was another matter. Thus, he did a series of things. Moon God's Blessings. Yu Fanghua was not idle either. The flaming lion had no intention of attacking her, so she used her divine essence to protect Ling Xiao. Outside the golden protective wall, there was a layer of moonlight. Blackie hid there, preparing to deal a fatal blow to the flaming lion. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the first layer of defense was destroyed. The bloodthirsty shield formed by the bloodthirsty plague shattered, but a large number of the bloodthirsty plague stuck to the flaming lion's body. Although the flaming lion's flames were terrifying, they were only deviant flames. The bloodthirsty plague had been tempered by Ling Zhao's immortal fire, so of course it was not afraid. Crack! After the bloodthirsty shield was destroyed, the dragon god's ice array diagram shattered as well. However, the intense chill weakened the flaming lion's speed and strength. Boom! Then, the moon god's blessings was destroyed. Yu Fenghua's mouth leaked a trace of blood. She was obviously shaken by the force. At this moment, Ling Zhao's only defense was the Golden Saint rune, but it was also the strongest layer of defense. Roar! The flaming lion roared and slammed into the golden barrier. For the first time, it did not break instantly. It seemed that the golden barrier's defense was very strong, and the flaming lion had been weakened by a lot. That was why this scene happened. However, this collision exhausted all of Ling Zhao's divine essence. He had no choice but to use his potential to replenish it. It was also because of this collision that Ling Zhao's cultivation, which had been stagnant for a long time, broke through. 7th stage divine, physique echelon. He broke through just like that. Even Ling Zhao did not expect this. However, although he broke through, he was still powerless in front of this terrifying opponent. Crack! Cracks appeared on the golden protective wall, and Ling Zhao's expression changed abruptly. Black Death Snake Curse Poison. Ling Zhao could actually use the bronze mirror, but he did not. He planned to use it when he absolutely had to. And now, he was clearly not at the end of his rope. Previously, his 9-headed demon king snake, Martial Soul, had absorbed the Black Death Snake Cursed Poison from Yi Qiu. Now, Ling Zhao released it. A black, venomous snake bit the flaming lion. Chapter 5186. Even though the flaming lion was incomparably powerful, poison was still very effective against experts, especially cursed poison. It was something that could not be expelled using divine energy. Otherwise, the Sword King would have been able to save his son back then. Roar! The flaming lion let out a mournful roar. At this moment, Xiao He saw the opportunity and used all of its strength to launch an attack. Boom! This attack sent the flaming lion flying. It smashed through several stone pillars. However, because Little Black had used all its strength, it had no choice but to fall into a deep sleep and return to Yu Fenghua's body. Right now, Little Black was already Yu Fenghua's contracted beast. This little fellow had only been out for a short period of time, but it had contributed greatly. Not only did it beat Huang Shui to the point where it was unknown whether she was dead or alive, it had also forced the flaming lion to retreat. It could be said that it had contributed greatly. Even so, Ling Zhao's brows were still furrowed. That flaming lion was too powerful. It was not something that Little Black could deal with in an instant. Thus, right now, they could only take the opportunity to retrieve the god's fruit while it was injured. Domain name, please remember _3. Fortunately, the Wild Sand King could not spare any manpower to deal with them. Thus, the current situation was extremely advantageous to them. Damn it! What is that swarthy little thing? It can actually force the flaming lion to retreat. The Wild Sand King was dumbfounded once again. He had originally thought that he only needed to watch the show. With Ling Zhao's strength, it was not even enough to fill the gaps between the flaming lion's teeth. However, he could not understand the current situation. Hee, as expected of young Master Ling. Yi Mo heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the Wild Sand King and said, "You didn't expect this, did you, old thief? You're so despicable as to use such despicable methods." However, young Master was still able to deal with the problem perfectly. It's been 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen you having such a headache. How satisfying. Don't be happy too early. That flaming lion is not dead yet. The Wild Sand King said with a gloomy face, right now, he could only hope that the flaming lion would be able to stop Ling Xiao and the others. This situation was truly ironic. While they were talking, Cold Plum had already safely obtained the god's fruit. As a martial artist who could control plants, this was not a problem for Cold Plum. However, Ling Xiao was a little greedy. He actually uprooted the god fruit tree and planted it in his mountain river world. He would definitely need it in the future. Although this god's fruit only matured once every 100 years, the lifespan of a martial artist was also very long. He was not afraid. He just had to wait slowly. Moreover, this thing could mature in a year in the mountain river world, because 1 year there was equivalent to 100 years in the outside world. After obtaining the god fruit, Ling Xiao's mission in the ruins of the Soul Armor sect could be considered to have been completed. He played with the array refining stone in his hand. He wondered if he should use the teleportation array to leave, but in the end, he let it go. There was a strange feeling lingering in his heart. It was as if something was calling out to him. In the depths of the ruins of the Soul Armor sect, even the god's fruit did not make him feel this way. This meant that there was an even more miraculous treasure in the depths of the Soul Armor sect. Roar! Suddenly, the flaming lion that had been sent flying returned. It let out an angry roar and stepped back into the battlefield. The wild Sand King's eyes, which were filled with despair, became fanatical again. This was good. As long as the flaming lion was still alive, they still had a chance to obtain the treasure. However, the wild Sand King seemed to be happy too early. In the next moment, another unforeseen event occurred. The flaming lion did not look at Ling Xiao. Instead, it looked in the direction of the shattered passage. It seemed as if there was something there that made it afraid. Soon, everyone got their answer. A person walked out from the shattered passageway. To be exact, it was a martial soul warrior. Martial soul warriors did not have a physical body, but their soul armor created a body for them. The eyes of this martial soul warrior emitted a faint blue light. The appearance of the soul armor made him look incomparably mysterious. He was like a ghost wrapped in a cloak. He held a crossbow in one hand. It was the kind that was small and exquisite. It probably could not be used for long-distance combat. However, it was very lethal at close range. Moreover, it was also very flexible. In his other hand, he held a short sword. It was only about a foot long, but it was incomparably sharp. Roar! The flaming lion's body erupted with a dazzling light. The flames kept rolling. It seemed like it was going to fight with all its strength. Clearly, this martial soul warrior was a great threat to it. It had no choice but to be cautious. Boom! It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a beam of flame. It was like a scarlet laser that shot toward the martial soul warrior. It had not used this move to deal with Ling Xiao. The flaming lion probably felt that it was unnecessary. After all, Ling Xiao was too weak. Facing the terrifying beam of flame, the faint blue light in the eyes of the martial soul warrior became even brighter. 33 people started. The crossbow in his left hand suddenly shot out a beam of cold light. It did not look like a real arrow. Instead, it was an arrow condensed from divine essence. When the arrow light hit the fire, it easily tore the fire apart, even though it did not have much power by the time it reached the flame lion. Although it was not as powerful as the martial soul warrior, it still scared the flaming lion. It realized that it was going to be unlucky today. It actually encountered such a powerful existence. However, it also knew that it could not escape. For some reason, this guy kept chasing it. Whoosh! It moved. The martial soul warrior appeared in front of the flaming lion at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The sharp dagger suddenly pierced toward the flaming lion's body. It was truly fast and ruthless to the extreme. The flaming lion sensed the danger. A ball of flame erupted from its body and spread out in all directions with it as the center. Wherever the flame passed, the ground was scorched and cracked. 33 people started. This terrifying power was definitely enough to kill any divine physique echelon martial artist. Even divine soul realm martial artists would not be able to escape death if they were weaker. However, the martial soul warrior did not suffer any damage from such a powerful attack. Many people did not understand what was going on. However, Ling Xiao saw it clearly. His Tai Chi eye had captured the change in that instant. The martial soul warrior's figure actually disappeared at that moment. Although it was only for a moment, he had indeed dodged the flame attack. After all, the flaming lion was not weak. The martial soul warrior probably did not want to use his body to take it head-on. The moment the martial soul warrior's figure reappeared, the cold light in his hand had already pierced toward the flaming lion's head. The short sword contained an extremely strong wave of divine essence. Whoosh! The cold light swept past the flaming lion's huge body. An ear-piercing sound was heard. In the next moment, the flaming lion howled in pain. People were shocked to find that a bloody hole had been pierced through the flaming lion's head. Chapter 5187. The moment it was injured, the flaming lion went crazy. His attacks were completely aimless. It didn't want the martial soul warrior to get close to it. Facing this final madness, the martial soul warrior dodged calmly, looking for an opportunity to end the other party. A red and a black figure fought there, and the ruins in the ruins began to collapse again. When the Wild Sand King saw this scene, his face became very gloomy, so much so that he suffered many losses in the battle with Yi Mo. There were already several obvious injuries on his body, but the Wild Sand King ignored it. Ling Xiao escaped death again, which made him very depressed. That flaming lion was obviously not a match for the martial soul warrior, and he believed that it would be killed soon. How could Ling Xiao's luck be so good? If not for the martial soul warrior, Ling Xiao would definitely be dead. That was what he thought, but unfortunately, it was not right. Ling Xiao's luck was good, but even without the martial soul warrior, Ling Xiao would not have died. At most, he would just use the bronze mirror. He could still kill the flaming lion. Now, it was just a little easier. That martial soul warrior is very dangerous. Everyone listen to my orders, gather around me, and prepare to teleport out. Ling Xiao did not know why the martial soul warrior attacked the flaming lion, but it was definitely not his doing. So when the martial soul warrior killed the flaming lion, no one knew what he would do. He could not stay in this place anymore. He had to find a place. Fortunately, the mark at the fork was still there. There were actually 3 ways to go in that fork. One led to the flower of law, and the other led to the god's fruit. There was also a hole in the ground. He did not know how deep it was, but there were vines in the hole, so there was no problem going down. Ling Xiao planned to go down and take a look. After all, he still trusted his intuition. Since something was calling him, he had to go and take a look. Yi Mo, Yi Qiu, and the others heard Ling Xiao's words and were about to move towards Ling Xiao's position. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The entire ground began to collapse. Aside from Yi Mo and the Wild Sand King, who were fighting in the sky, everyone else fell from the sky before they could react. By the time he wanted to rise into the air again, it was already too late. There seemed to be a very terrifying array formation below that prevented the martial artists from using their movement techniques. When Ling Xiao steadied himself, he looked around, but there was no one he was familiar with. Whether it was an enemy or an ally, there was none. It seems to have collapsed. Let's meet up with the others first. Ling Xiao was very self-aware. In this place, his chances of survival were very low. If they couldn't regroup with the main force in time, it would definitely not work. However, after he had walked a dozen steps, he suddenly saw a person, an excited face. It was Qi Fei. Qi Fei also fell down. He was also alone and wanted to find a team. However, he did not expect that God would send Ling Xiao to him. Haha, I'm really lucky. If I were to meet any of you, I'm afraid I'd be in trouble. But I just had to meet you. This time, let's see who can save you. Qi Fei revealed a sinister smile. Just now, he was blocked outside and did not see what happened at all. That was probably why he was so confident. If he knew that Ling Xiao had survived the battle with the flaming lion, he probably would not be so proud and relaxed now. Ling Xiao looked at Qi Fei indifferently. Qi Fei was glad. He was even more glad. If it were anyone from the Wild Sand King's side, he would have a headache. However, he was not afraid of Qi Fei. Even before his breakthrough, he could use the human god reversal or the 9 dragons divine art to kill Qi Fei. It was just that it would be very difficult. But now, he was already at the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. Killing Qi Fei would become much easier. He would not even need to use that martial skill that consumed a lot of energy. One move. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, I really don't understand. How shameless is a person who was defeated by me in one move? Why do you always pretend that you're stronger than me? Qi Fei's expression froze. Then he roared furiously, Little bastard, how dare you mention that day? If I don't torture you to death today, my name is not Qi Fei. Haha, do it if you can. But be careful. Don't end up like your brother, Qi Heng, who ended up in a vegetative state because of me. I'm afraid he won't be able to wake up for the rest of his life. Even if he wakes up, he'll be a lunatic. Ling Xiao did not have anything else, but his ability to make people angry was not bad. You're courting death. Qi Fei knew that it was useless to say anything more. Besides, he would only be humiliated by Ling Xiao. In terms of verbal skills, he was far inferior to Ling Xiao. With a loud bang, the divine dog Martial Soul appeared behind him. Qi Fei's divine dog Martial Soul was a green poisonous dog. Its entire body was green as if there were drops of terrifying venom dripping from it. An ordinary poisonous dog, Martial Soul, was not powerful enough and might not be able to hurt Ling Xiao. However, the poisonous dog Martial Soul of the divine dog Martial Soul was different. If he wanted to injure Ling Xiao, it was definitely possible. It all depended on how Ling Xiao was going to perform. Divine dog possession. Unlike last time, Qi Fei was not going to be careless against Ling Xiao this time. He chose to use the divine dog possession right from the start, increasing his combat strength to about 80%. The remaining 20% was to prepare for an escape. After killing Ling Xiao, he could not stay here any longer. He would have to sneak out eventually. Qi Fei was covered in green armor, with drops of venom dripping and corroding the ground. Ling Xiao had to be cautious against Qi Fei, who was like a god of poison. Qi Fei's cultivation was much higher than his. Moreover, this person was more powerful than his brother, Qi Heng. Although Ling Xiao hated this guy, he had to admit that he was strong. At the very least, he was very strong among his peers. It would not be easy for Ling Xiao to kill him now. However, it would only be interesting if Qi Fei was strong enough. His previous opponents were too strong and did not give him a chance to show his skills. Only this Qi Fei was stronger than him, but not so strong that he could not do anything. It was perfect for him to temper his cultivation and increase the energy in his cultivation C, to hone his martial skills. Sun God's Blood Formation. Bloody Rat Level 2. Facing Qi Fei, Ling Xiao entered Beast God's body and activated the second level of Bloodsucker. However, he did not use the Divine Dog Martial Soul or the Divine Dog Possession. He wanted to see if he could defeat Chi Fei with his current strength. The Void God's sword was already in his hand, and the heaven-shrouding blood glowed faintly. The Divine Sword Martial Soul stood behind him indifferently. This Divine Sword Martial Soul was taken from someone else because it had fused with a mid-level Divine, rank God Martial Soul. It was much stronger than an ordinary elementary God Martial Soul. The Divine Sword Martial Soul was dressed in white, and its long hair danced in the wind. It was cold and sharp. The Divine Sword Martial Soul brought about a huge improvement in sword intent and sword momentum. Chapter 5188. A few people were hiding about 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao and Chi Fei. They were all neutral martial artists who weren't very strong. They were also brought down by the collapse. They stared at Ling Xiao and Chi Fei in the distance and couldn't help but be stunned. That Ling Xiao is releasing the aura of an early-stage 7th-level Divine Body Realm cultivator. Chi Fei, on the other hand, is in the early-stage 9th-level Divine Body Realm. The difference between the two is so huge. Instead of running away, Ling Xiao wants to fight. He must have been blinded by his good luck. Who cares? I hope the two of them can injure each other. That way, we can reap the benefits. That Ling Xiao has the flower of law and the fruit of gods on him. I think your hopes are dashed. I really can't think of any way that Ling Xiao can win. He doesn't have anyone to help him now. That's right. The few of us aren't Chi Fei's match. Sigh. A few of them were obviously not optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances. However, this was normal. The difference between the two of them was 2 levels. This wasn't something that could be made up for with ordinary battle techniques. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. Ling Xiao's treasures were probably going to fall into Chi Fei's hands. Chi Fei sensed Ling Xiao's aura and couldn't help but laugh. No wonder you didn't run away. So, you've broken through in your cultivation. But so what? You've broken through from the peak of the 6th-level Divine Body Realm to the early-stage 7th-level Divine Body Realm. You're still no match for me. Are you still talking nonsense? If it were you, would you fight in a situation where you definitely die? Since I want to fight you, I'm confident that I can win. Although I can't say that I'll definitely win, my chances of winning aren't small. Ling Xiao's tone was unperturbed. You're just bluffing. Let me expose your mask. Chi Fei didn't want to be swayed by Ling Xiao's words, so he could only attack immediately. They all had a long spear in their hands. It was an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns. The body of the spear shook, and a spear shadow pierced through the air, directly piercing towards Ling Xiao. Then Chi Fei dashed forward and followed the spear shadow with his spear in hand. He knew that this spear shadow could not hurt Ling Xiao, but it could force Ling Xiao to reveal a flaw. The cold spear shadow instantly magnified in Ling Xiao's eyes. The terrifying and eerie aura continued to approach. Ling Xiao sneered, and the red light on his heaven-covering blood hand became even brighter. He had no intention of hiding. The battle with Chi Fei was a test of his cultivation during this period. The last time he defeated his opponent in one move, it was because of the 9 dragons' divine art that he was lucky enough to win. However, this time his opponent was already on guard against his 9 dragons' divine art, so it was impossible for him to succeed so easily. How dare you? You actually dare to go against me? Then I'll send you on your way. Chi Fei was waiting for Ling Xiao to make an opening when he dodged, but Ling Xiao did not dodge. Instead, he looked at him indifferently. This infuriated Chi Fei. He was an expert in the early stage of the 9th-level Divine Body Realm. This spear was also a 2nd level sacred class martial skill. Ling Zhao's stance made it clear that if he did not use the 9 dragons' divine art that day, it would be impossible to suppress him. Void shattering power. Shatter the void. Ling Zhao made the first move, but it was not his left hand that had been preparing for a long time, but the Void God sword in his right hand. He released the void-shattering power and destroyed Qi Fei's spear shadow. However, at this moment, Qi Fei's spear was glowing with a green light. It was obvious that he had already condensed his move. The green light wrapped around his spear, and the strong corrosive power even corroded the air. Divine Hound Poison Dragon Spear. In the blink of an eye, a dark green poisonous dragon roared out and pounced towards Ling Zhao. 33 quickest computer. / a cold light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes, and the heaven-covering blood hand that he had prepared for a long time blasted out. Boom! The huge heaven-covering blood hand collided with the poison dragon, and the rolling waves sent the surrounding rocks flying as if it was raining rocks. After a moment of stalemate, Ling Zhao retreated rapidly. His feet drew 2 trenches that were dozens of meters long on the ground. The blood in his body was churning, but he was not injured. Don't forget that his body was extremely strong. It was equivalent to the defense of an emperor weapon with 4 divine dragon inscriptions. It was not easy for ordinary people to hurt him. You are indeed strong, stronger than your glib tongue. Ling Zhao stood there and looked at Qi Fei, who did not retreat an inch, and praised him generously. He was indeed very happy. The energy in his cultivation, was increasing again. Although the speed was not fast, it was good as long as it increased. Although Qi Fei did not retreat, he did not chase after him either. This was because Ling Zhao's heaven-covering blood hand contained a strange power of divine origin, which made him feel very uncomfortable. The quality of this guy's divine origin is actually so high. My divine origin is too weak in front of his divine origin. Qi Fei frowned. He did not know what cultivation method Ling Zhao cultivated, but it shocked him very much. He's actually not dead. Those who were watching the show from afar thought that since they could not go out anyway, they might as well enjoy the battle here. There might even be a possibility of picking up scraps. Yeah, although he retreated dozens of meters, he's actually still alive. I have some admiration for this kid Ling Zhao. But what's wrong with Qi Fei? He has such a huge advantage, but he doesn't take the initiative to pursue? Someone asked in confusion. What do you know? This is called enjoyment. Qi Fei, this kid, clearly wants to toy with Ling Zhao. After torturing Ling Zhao for a while, he will kill him. Let the other party be completely traumatized. Yes. It must be like this. Many martial artists have this hobby. Moreover, Qi Fei seems to have a grudge with this Ling Zhao. It's normal for him to do this. Everyone was discussing when Qi Fei suddenly opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. This scene stunned those who were watching the show. The originally heated discussion suddenly stopped. No one understood what happened. Qi Fei was actually injured in a head-on confrontation with Ling Zhao. Although it did not look serious, this was also very surprising. Ling Zhao was not injured, but Qi Fei was actually injured. What kind of international joke was this? After Qi Fei coughed out blood, he appeared much more comfortable, but his eyes revealed even more gloominess and coldness. Fine lad, what cultivation method are you cultivating? It's actually higher than my divine essence quality. Ling Zhao's strength was inferior to his, this was for sure, but the quality of his divine essence was better than his. This way, in a partial confrontation, he would be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, his physical body was not as strong as Ling Zhao's. Getting injured was also a natural thing. Ling Zhao smiled faintly. The reason why his divine essence was strong was essentially still because of the existence of the tyrannical martial soul. It constantly transformed the energy in his body into the incomparably tyrannical divine essence. This kind of divine essence quality was more than 10 times stronger than the average martial artists. Even compared to martial artists who had powerful god martial souls, it was at least 1 or 2 times stronger. Unless the other party could fuse soul power and divine essence to fight, only then could it offset the difference in divine essence quality. Otherwise, he had to endure. You were full of confidence to kill me just now. Then what about now? How much confidence do you have left? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Fei and asked sarcastically. Chapter 5189. Humph, it's just a difference in the quality of our divine origin. It's easy to make up for. Qi Fei snorted coldly and gently touched his storage ring. He took out a blood-red elixir and threw it into his mouth. Do you know what the biggest difference between us is? He smiled proudly as he absorbed the elixir. It's the difference in our backgrounds. I'm from the Qi family, and you're just a wild boy. You'll never know how much resources the family has provided me. Hee, that's indeed an advantage. However, it'll be embarrassing if you lose to me with such a huge family behind you. Ling Xiao mocked. Do you know what elixir I just took? It's a divine elixir that can instantly increase the quality of divine origin by 3 times. Qi Fei sneered. Now, I've made up for my disadvantage. What about you? How can you make up for your disadvantage? You'll know after you try. Ling Xiao's expression remained unchanged. Qi Fei frowned. After these few encounters, he realized that Ling Xiao was not a bluff. Could it be that this kid still had some trump cards that he had not taken out? Thinking of this, a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. This fear was very strong. Although Ling Xiao was not strong, he was very mysterious and could often surprise people. This was the most terrifying part. Bah! He spat out a mouthful of saliva to calm himself down. At this point, he would only fall into his opponent's trap if he let his imagination run wild. He might as well concentrate on attacking. He raised the long spear in his hand again. The jade-green body of the spear made the long spear look very beautiful. However, the beautiful long spear was emitting an extremely dangerous aura at this time. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He still did not use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. However, he activated the Barbaric Bull Saint Rune and the Light Body Saint Rune that he had drawn long ago. His opponent had elixirs that could be used. However, he still had the Saint Rune art. Now, his combat style was more diverse. It would not be so easy for the enemy to catch him. The elixir's efficacy was absorbed. Qi Fei's divine origin turned blood-red. It was clearly sharper and more powerful. Ling Xiao, who was standing tens of meters away, could feel the enormous pressure coming from it. Kill! In the next moment, the two of them disappeared almost simultaneously. Clang! The long spear and the sword collided in the void. Then they separated. Then they collided again. The two figures were like 2 rays of light. They continued to clash in the void. In less than 10 seconds, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of blows. In these dozens of rounds, Ling Xiao was slightly at a disadvantage, but the gap was not very big. Although Qi Fei's cultivation base was strong, and he had used pills to make up for the difference in the quality of his divine essence compared to Ling Xiao's, Qi Fei's divine essence was much stronger. However, Ling Xiao had also used the Saint Rune art to make up for the difference in cultivation. Therefore, even though there seemed to be a huge gap in strength between the two, they were actually evenly matched. The onlookers in the distance all shook their heads. I don't understand. I really don't. Originally, they thought that the battle would be one-sided, but now they were actually evenly matched. Boom! The void god soared, and the emerald spear clashed again. Then, the two instantly separated. They both retreated more than 10 meters. Ha! Ninth level divine physique echelon cultivation is only SOSO. Chi Fei, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but use whatever means you have. Otherwise, this battle will be over. After a round of fighting, Ling Xiao had already figured out Chi Fei's strength. His original 50% chance of winning had increased to 90%. This was even without using the tyrannical martial soul. As the bloodthirsty rat plague continued to weaken, Chi Fei was actually not as strong as before. However, Ling Xiao deliberately created a situation where he was at a disadvantage, which led to the current situation. He wanted Chi Fei to mistakenly think that he could win, so that he would overlook his weakening strength. This way, Chi Fei would discover the bloodthirsty rat plague later. Ling Xiao's advantage would also be greater. You really know how to talk big. To be honest, I admire you for being able to last so long against me with your early stage 7th level divine physique echelon cultivation. However, this is the end of it. Chi Fei did not intend to hold back. If this continued, he would only be embarrassed. Therefore, he was prepared to use 100% of his strength. If he lost this battle, it would be meaningless even if he held back 20% of his strength. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao would not let him go. This time, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would not have another chance. After all, the current Ling Xiao could already fight him to a draw. If Ling Xiao learned more powerful Saint runes, wouldn't that be even more difficult to deal with? Die! At the thought of this, Chi Fei unleashed 100% of his strength. The spear shadow was like a dragon, and its power increased greatly. A blood-red poisonous dragon suddenly emerged from the spear, opening its bloody mouth to swallow Ling Xiao. This power was obviously much stronger than before. Anyone could tell that he was prepared to fight to the bitter end. If he did not kill Ling Xiao, he probably would not rest easily. Chi Fei indeed held back previously. Yeah, when he attacks at full strength, Ling Xiao won't have a chance. Didn't expect things to develop to such an extent. This is to our advantage. Let them fight until both sides are injured, and we'll immediately take action. Those few martial artists hiding behind the ruins revealed greedy eyes. Originally, they did not dare to be so greedy because they felt that Chi Fei could easily kill Ling Xiao. But the situation was different now. It looked like even if Chi Fei could kill Ling Xiao, he would definitely expend a lot of divine essence. It was absolutely impossible for him to be their match. Facing Chi Fei's brazen attack, Ling Xiao still did not cower. He stood there, a saint rune on his body flickering with blood-red light. First grade Saint Rune, Frenzy Saint Rune. The Frenzy Saint Rune's enhancement effect was inferior to the second grade Saint Rune, Frenzy Saint Rune, but the effect was similar. It was to make the martial artist's blood boil, instantly increasing combat power in all aspects, from strength, speed, and so on. Ling Xiao knew that he could not rely too much on the Sky Tyrant martial soul. After all, the Sky Tyrant martial soul was his final trump card. The so-called trump card could not be used too often. If it was used too often, it would lose its original meaning. Therefore, the Saint Rune art became a common way to make up for his combat power. At this moment, Ling Xiao's skin flushed red, as if there was blood flowing on the surface. The Void God sword in his right hand struck out valiantly, once again colliding with the blood-red poison dragon. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the sword and spear clashed again. A powerful storm erupted on the spot, and even more terrifying waves spread out in all directions. The ruins collapsed again, and the surroundings became even more chaotic. This time, the two of them retreated dozens of meters at almost the same time. Then, They barely managed to stand still. Impossible! The martial artists, watching from afar, were so shocked that they almost shouted out loud. This situation was too strange. They were actually evenly matched again. You, despicable remnant of the Saint Rune sect. Qi Fei saw the light of the Saint Rune on Ling Zhao's body and gnashed his teeth in hatred. Chapter 5190. Qi Fei had gone all out without holding back. He wanted to use this power to destroy Ling Xiao, but he still failed. Ling Xiao stood there with a satisfied smile on his face. Although the Frenzy Saint Rune was also a first-grade Saint Rune, it was obviously more useful than the Raging Bull Saint Rune and Light Body Saint Rune. There seemed to be a difference in strength among the first-grade Saint Runes. According to the Saint Rune sect, the strength of a Saint Rune could be determined by its color. White was the weakest, followed by green. Then blue, purple, red, and finally gold. Gold Saint Runes were the best among the first-grade Saint Runes. According to Ling Zhao's observation, the Golden Light Saint Rune was a gold Saint Rune, the pinnacle of first-grade Saint Runes. The Frenzy Saint Rune was a red Saint Rune, second only to the Golden Light Saint Rune. The Raging Bull Saint Rune and Light Body Saint Rune were white Saint Runes, the weakest among the first-grade Saint Runes. When Ling Xiao first learned them, it was also because of this. This was the reason why the Frenzy Saint Rune was much more effective than the Raging Bull Saint Rune. A red first-grade Saint Rune is indeed powerful. Ling Xiao was satisfied with the Saint Rune's effect. However, the stronger the Saint Rune, the harder it was to study it. It also consumed more divine origin energy and soul power. With Ling Zhao's current cultivation, the Frenzy Saint Rune could only last for 5 minutes. However, the Raging Bull Saint Rune could last forever. Finish the battle in 5 minutes. Since the Frenzy Saint Rune had been used, Ling Xiao was ready to end the battle. Unless Qi Fei had other trump cards, today's battle would probably end right here. Arrogant! Do you think you're the only one who knows how to use the Saint Rune art? I know it too. Qi Fei was not a Saint Rune master. However, he had a Saint Rune master in his family. During the selection of the Marshall City's City Defense Army, the incomplete Frenzy Saint Rune had appeared. Frenzy Saint Rune. Activate. Qi Fei did not use the incomplete Frenzy Saint Rune. Instead, he used the Frenzy Saint Rune. Very clearly, he had heard of what happened at the commander selection and was still somewhat fearful of Ling Xiao. This is troublesome. Ling Xiao frowned. Ling Xiao didn't have any advantage over the zealous Saint Rune. It seemed that it would not be easy to win today's battle. Let's try out the effects of the man-god reversal. The human god reverse was even stronger than the 9-dragon celestial art. On the other hand, the energy consumption was much lower. Therefore, Ling Xiao temporarily hid the 9 dragons formula. When his cultivation was a little stronger and he had 2 dragons, he could still use them as a trump card. Previously, when Ling Xiao was at the peak of the 6th level divine physique echelon, he had used the man-god inverse technique to save Cold Plum. A martial soul warrior at the 9th level of the divine physique echelon was instantly pulverized. Therefore, power was definitely not a problem. However, he had to make sure that he hit Qi Fei. If it was blocked, it would be troublesome. Even though his cultivation level had increased, making it easier for him to use the man-god reverse artifact, he could still only use it once in a short period of time. He had to hit the target. Kill. The two of them clashed once again. Qi Fei, who had also activated the Frenzy Saint Rune, thought that he would definitely have the upper hand. However, when they clashed again, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. "What did you do to me?" Qi Fei exclaimed. "Don't you think it's a little too late for you to realize it now?" Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Since the beginning of the battle, You have been standing in my formation. This array diagram can silently weaken your strength. If you had realized it earlier, there would have been a way. However, there is no other way now. No, damn you. Second level sacred class, defensive martial skill, Divine Hound Mighty Body. After realizing the current situation, Chi Fei used his final trump card. The Divine Hound Mighty Body could not only greatly increase his defense, it could also prevent him from being sent flying, controlled, or weakened. In this state, any negative effects would not affect him. How troublesome. It's already good enough for a 9th-level divine physique echelon martial artist to cultivate a first-level sacred class martial skill. You have cultivated quite a number of second-level sacred class martial skills. You are indeed the genius of the Qi family. Ling Xiao frowned as he looked at Qi Fei's Divine Hound Mighty Body. With this thing, the power of his man-god defiance would be greatly reduced. He had to greatly weaken his opponent before using the man-god defiance. With the hound god tyrannical body, your tricks are useless. Now, Qi Fei wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Whether it was the Frenzy Saint Mark or the Divine Hound Mighty Body, there was a time limit. It would be useless if it was too long. Is there really no hope? You're underestimating my methods. Ling Xiao sneered. I have weakened you enough. Next, my little guys, use all your strength to corrode the Divine Hound Mighty Body. With a thought, blood-red germs that could be seen with the naked, I instantly sprang out of Qi Fei's body and completely enveloped Qi Fei. The bloodthirsty plague did not target Qi Fei. Instead, it focused on breaking the Divine Hound Mighty Body. In just a short while, the Divine Hound Mighty Body had been dismembered. For this step, the bloodthirsty plague had also caused a large number of deaths. Ling Xiao had to recuperate. However, it was time for this battle to come to an end. The moment the Divine Hound Mighty Body was dismembered, Ling Xiao had already made his move. He held the Divine Defiance sword tightly with both hands. Divine Defiance art, Man-God Defiance. The violent sword intent soared into the sky. The terrifying sword Qi rushed toward Qi Fei. Although Qi Fei did not recognize this move, he felt that its power was no weaker than the one that had defeated him before. Therefore, his first thought was to run. This is my last trump card, Void Technique. This was a divine escape technique that could allow one to escape into the void for 3 seconds. For ordinary people, 3 seconds was nothing. But for martial artists, 3 seconds was enough to do a lot of things. Unfortunately, Qi Fei did not have the chance. Cosmic power, time stop. After Ling Xiao's void shattering power recovered, so did the cosmic power. At this moment, everything Qi Fei had done had fallen into a time trap. He stopped there, motionless. When time began to flow again, Qi Fei found himself lying in a pool of blood. The man-god defiance art did not kill Qi Fei, but Qi Fei was in such a state that even an immortal would not be able to save him. How could this be? The martial artists in the distance were stunned. They had imagined all kinds of outcomes, but they did not expect this. Ling Xiao had won and Qi Fei had lost, and it was a crushing defeat. Qi Fei felt the pain in his body, and a look of horror appeared on his face. He did not expect this to be the outcome of his encounter with Ling Xiao. He thought that he would win, and then trample on Ling Xiao before killing him. But in the end, he was lying in a pool of blood, and his consciousness was fading. Why did you have to force me? Ling Xiao glanced at Qi Fei's body and burned it with fire. At the same time, Qi Fei's Divine Hound martial soul merged with Ling Xiao's Divine Sword martial soul. 2 of the 108 dim stars had lit up, but there was still a long way to go. Chapter 5191. Ling Xiao had never thought of killing Qi Fei, but Qi Fei had been trying to kill him since the day he entered Sword King City. Naturally, he wouldn't hold back. Hey, did you guys see that? That kid killed Qi Fei. The martial artists hiding behind the ruins couldn't believe what they had seen. Yes, he did. Should we attack? That kid must be exhausted after killing Qi Fei. Why don't we take the chance to kill him? Someone suggested. Are you crazy? Didn't you see that he killed Qi Fei? We're no match for him. Someone was scared. Those who are brave will die from overeating, and those who are timid will die from starvation. Whoever wants to fight for wealth, come with me. Sometimes greed could really overcome fear. The thought of Ling Xiao having the flower of laws and God's fruit made them excited. You guys are crazy. Don't forget that he killed Qi Fei, who was in the early stage of the divine physique realm, with his cultivation in the early stage of the 7th level divine physique realm. How can we offend such a person? However, not everyone was that crazy. Among the 7 people here, one chose to give up. That kind of treasure wasn't something they had the right to obtain. Trash. The others no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, they leaped out of the ruins and charged towards Ling Xiao. Kid, hand over the god's fruit and flower of laws, and we'll spare your life. These people's goal was to rob, so they didn't really want to kill. If Ling Xiao was obedient, they could let him go. Scram, before I have the intention to kill you. Get as far away as you can. Ling Xiao glanced at the 6 people indifferently. They were all martial artists in the 8th level divine physique realm. They posed no threat to him. What an arrogant kid. Kill him. The 6 of them pounced on Ling Xiao at almost the same time. Ling Xiao frowned. If someone forced him to stain his sword with blood, he wouldn't refuse. The Void God sword already contained a powerful sword gleam. However, at that moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. Boom! The 6 people were smashed to death on the spot. Ling Xiao only managed to avoid death because he used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. Who is it? Why is he so fierce? Ling Xiao looked up. He discovered that the people on the ground were actually the martial soul warrior and the flaming lion from before. It turned out that the battle between them had already ended. The flaming lion was already dead. However, the martial soul warrior seemed to have been severely injured by the flaming lion's final counterattack. He fell to the ground, unable to stand up. Good chance. Ling Xiao had always wanted to study this martial soul warrior, but he never had the chance. He had finally caught him this time. He leaped over and threw the flaming lion's corpse into the universe world. This thing could be used by Little Gold to devour and cultivate. He was not very interested. After putting away the blazing lion's corpse, Ling Xiao went over to the martial soul warrior and studied him carefully. No one knew how much time had passed. Ling Xiao, who woke up from his excitement, couldn't help but sigh, so that's how it is. The technique of the Soul Armor sect was truly exquisite. In a sense, this should be considered a martial soul puppet. His strength was around the 9th level of the divine soul realm. The flaming lion should also be at this level. It was no wonder that even the Wild Sand King and Sword King Yi Mo were afraid of it. However, he had now found a treasure. The sacred inscriptions on this martial soul puppet should be grade 4 sacred inscriptions. The array was also extremely exquisite. Given Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he should not be able to repair it. However, he could choose to replace it with sacred inscriptions. With the help of his master, Yuan Venerate, the array would naturally not be a problem. However, if he used grade 1 sacred inscriptions instead of grade 4 sacred inscriptions, the strength of this martial soul puppet should be greatly reduced. Even so, it was definitely a divine soul realm martial soul puppet. At the thought of this, Ling Xiao was extremely excited. Thus, he hurriedly replaced all the complicated Grade 4 sacred inscriptions with Grade 1 sacred inscriptions. The Yuan Venerate was in charge of helping him repair the array. This process lasted for a full hour. There were too many sacred inscriptions, which formed a strict system of sacred inscriptions. If there were any errors midway, it would be very troublesome. Fortunately, everything was completed smoothly. The martial soul puppet, which was originally unable to move, stood up again. However, it was now completely obedient to Ling Xiao. Peak 3rd level divine, soul realm. Good fellow, this is awesome. With this toy, it will be much easier to survive in the eternal divine realm in the future. When I can learn Grade 2 sacred inscriptions in the future, I will replace it. I reckon this martial soul puppet will become even stronger. Just thinking about it makes me excited. With a smile, Ling Xiao put away the martial soul puppet. This toy's soul armor was actually a dagger. As long as he activated his soul power, the martial soul puppet would be released. It was quite useful. He had one more life-saving asset. Most importantly, this martial soul puppet did not consume his divine origin energy. It only needed a little soul power. It was simply super practical. It's time to find the others. He had been here for a long time, but he had not seen anyone come over. It was possible that something had happened outside. Thus, he hurriedly scurried out of the deep pit. Given his movement technique, this was naturally not a problem. Over there. When Ling Xiao left the bottom of the pit, he discovered that Sword King City, the Wild Sand King, and the Imperial Snow Alliance were already engaged in a chaotic battle. The situation could be said to be extremely unfavorable for Sword King City. Huang Shue's life was really tough. After being hit by Black's Claw, she actually did not die. She was only heavily injured. It was precisely because she was heavily injured that Huang Shue was unable to restrain her anger and wanted to kill everyone in Sword King City. On Sword King City's side, Yi Mo was still contending with the Wild Sand King. On the other battlefield, Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, and the others were fighting bitterly. In the end, Sword King City did not have enough people. After being surrounded, it was very troublesome. If not for Yi Qiu being strong enough, they would probably have been killed. However, the situation was constantly worsening. No one knew what would happen next. Seeing all this, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a fierce killing intent. Just right, let me see the power of this martial soul puppet. Go! Ling Xiao threw out the dagger. In an instant, the dagger turned into a martial soul puppet and charged into the crowd. At first, when people saw the martial soul puppet appear, they were somewhat confused. They did not know where this fellow was standing. However, in the next moment, the martial soul puppet ruthlessly attacked the people of Black Sandstorm and Imperial Snow. Among them, besides the Wild Sand King, no one could stop a martial soul puppet at the peak of the 3rd level of the Divine Soul Realm. Previously, they could still rely on their advantage in numbers to entangle Yi Qiu. However, with the addition of an existence that seemed even more terrifying than Yi Qiu, they immediately collapsed. Miserable screams rose and fell one after another. No one understood what was going on, but the situation had completely turned around. Don't care so much. Kill. Yi Qiu immediately displayed his invincible might. Because a portion of the people besieging him were attracted by the martial soul puppet, this greatly reduced the pressure on him. Originally, his strength was stronger than these people. It was only because the other side had more people and their tacit cooperation that the battle could not be resolved quickly. But now, everything had changed. Chapter 5192. The long sword in Yi Qiu's hand flickered with a cold light. In an instant, countless enemies died. The counterattack began. Wild Sand King was distracted by this scene, and in the end, Yi Mo seized the opportunity to heavily injure him again. Retreat. Huang Shui saw that the situation was not good, and she was heavily injured. If she continued to stay here, her life would be in danger, so she actually gave the order to retreat. Ling Xiao didn't stop her from doing so. He did not want to find trouble for himself. Although they had the advantage now, when the enemy recovered, it would be troublesome. Huang Shui wanted to leave, and he could not ask for more. Nearly 1/3 of the martial artists retreated. Sword King City's advantage was even greater. In a short 5 to 6 minutes, the ground was filled with corpses. Almost all of them were Divine Soul Realm experts of the Black Sandstorm organization. Although they were only at the first level of the Divine Soul Realm, they were the most elite martial artists of the Black Sandstorm organization. They were all dead. Everything was because of that martial soul puppet. Wild Sand King was puzzled. Why would that martial soul puppet help the people of Sword King City? Until he saw a figure. "It's you, brat." The person Wild Sand King saw was Ling Xiao. This brat disappeared for more than an hour, and he thought he was dead. He did not expect him to appear at this time. What was even more coincidental was that the martial soul puppet also joined the battle at this time. No matter how stupid Wild Sand King was, he would be able to notice the problem. I was lucky. I just took in a martial soul puppet. Wild Sand King, don't mind it too much." Ling Xiao was surrounded by everyone, and it was a happy scene, especially Yufang Hua and Cold Plum. The two of them could not find Ling Xiao just now, and were almost going crazy. "Sister Fang Hua, I said long ago that master would be fine. You were sad for nothing." Cold Plum smiled. It was only with these people that Cold Plum would talk more. "You're still talking about me. I don't know who was the one who was blinded by killing just now, shouting that he wanted to take revenge for Master." Yufang Hua smiled. Lung Mei blushed and didn't say anything. Ling Xiao smiled as he felt the concern of the two girls and looked at the excited gazes of the surrounding people. The feeling of being cared for was indeed not bad. In the sky, the Wild Sand King already had the intention to escape. At this moment, he was gradually being suppressed by Yi Mo, although it was impossible for him to lose in a short period of time. However, his subordinates were already dead. If this continued, he would not be able to escape death. Ling Xiao naturally guessed the Wild Sand King's intentions. However, he did not intend to let this fellow off. The existence of the Wild Sand King was a hidden danger to the land of exile. In the future, when the warriors from the Batian Empire came, they would first have to train in the land of exile. After that, they would slowly migrate to the eternal divine domain. The Wild Sand King was too strong, and his reputation was also very high. It was very easy for him to cause a large number of deaths in the Sky Tyrant Empire. Therefore, he had to be eradicated here. "Yiqiu, take this." Ling Xiao tossed Yiqiu a complete nourishment pill. This was the name Ling Xiao gave himself based on the memories in his mind. After taking this pill, everything would be nourished. It would recover physical strength, spirit essence, heal injuries, increase combat strength, etc. It could be said that its effects were very comprehensive. At that time, he coincidentally obtained the memory of a cerulean outside the mystic world. The complete nourishment pill in his memory naturally did not have this effect. He just felt that this name sounded good, so he used it. Until now, that memory had completely merged with his own, as if they were originally one. Therefore, in his memory, there were still scenes of life on the cerulean planet outside the mystic world. The reason why the cerulean planet was called Cerulean Planet was because more than 70% of the planet was ocean, an azure blue sea. On the Cerulean Planet, there were also warriors and even cultivators. Although the system was different, it was more or less understandable. It was just that the cerulean planet was in an era of decline. These warriors and cultivators chose to live in seclusion. Only by ascending could they break free from the cerulean planet's shackles and start cultivating again. The owner of this memory seemed to be a cultivator from the cerulean planet. After he ascended, there was a problem, and he fell into the mystic world. At this point, the memory became somewhat blurry, as if it was mixed together. Ling Xiao even felt that that cultivator was himself. These thoughts sounded very long, but it was only an instant. When Ling Xiao took out the complete nourishment pill, he only thought of the origin of its name. Yi Qiu received the complete nourishment pill and directly ate it. Naturally, he would not doubt what Ling Xiao gave him. A moment later, Yi Qiu recovered to his peak state, and his combat strength also skyrocketed. However, the price of all this was Ling Xiao's complete nourishment pill. After Ling Xiao came to the eternal divine realm, he killed many warriors and gathered the materials with great difficulty to refine this thing. And there was only one. If not for the fact that the Wild Sand King was too strong, he would not be willing to give it up. Yi Qiu naturally understood why Ling Xiao gave him this thing. Immediately, he soared into the air, turned into a sword light, and charged towards the Wild Sand King. At the same time, Ling Xiao controlled the martial soul puppet to attack the Wild Sand King. Originally, even if the martial soul puppet and Yi Qiu joined forces, it was not very likely that they could defeat the Wild Sand King. But the current situation was special. The Wild Sand King was suppressed by Yi Mo until he could not breathe. He had no time to deal with others at all. Yi Qiu and the martial soul puppet could completely abandon defense and devote themselves to the battle, constantly attacking the Wild Sand King. This way, the Wild Sand King's defeat was only a matter of time. In an instant, the Wild Sand King was beaten into a sorry state. Yi Qiu and the martial soul puppet did not get close to the Wild Sand King. They attacked crazily not far away. The Wild Sand King steeled his heart and immediately exploded, wanting to destroy Yi Qiu and the martial soul puppet. However, right at that moment, a great sense of danger arose in his heart. Wild Sand King, you dare to be distracted when fighting with me, Yi Mo? Yi Mo's attack suddenly arrived. A terrifying sword directly hit the Wild Sand King. The Wild Sand King paid the price for his distraction, heavily injured by this sword again. His combat strength continued to decline. Yi Mo, spare my life. I can do something for you. The Wild Sand King knew that he was no match. Moreover, it was impossible to escape now. Yi Mo's speed was faster than him to begin with. Now that he was heavily injured, it was even more impossible to escape. Hence, he chose to beg for mercy. You caused my son, Yi Qiu, to suffer 10 years of pain and torture. Do you think I'll let you off? Yi Mo said coldly, but if young master agrees to let you off, I won't have any complaints. What he said was the truth. Ling Xiao freed Yi Qiu from his pain. He was grateful to Ling Xiao, and today's treasure-snatching operation also allowed him to see Ling Xiao's unlimited potential. He was also an ambitious person. If he wanted to follow Ling Xiao, he could not ruin Ling Xiao's plan because of his hatred. Senior Sword King, just follow your heart. Don't mind me. Ling Xiao had his own principles when it came to recruiting people. Although the Wild Sand King's battle strength was considerable, this guy was clearly a slave of 3 surnames. He would submit to whoever was stronger. Do you still expect this kind of person to help you at a critical moment? Hence, rather than leaving this ticking time bomb, it was better to kill him cleanly. He would nurture experts himself. There was no need to use this kind of person. Chapter 5193. Many thanks, young master. Although he was willing to listen to Ling Xiao's decision to be able to kill his enemy, this was still something that Yi Mo yearned for the most. The tyrannical sword intent bloomed once more. Wild Sand King, sorry. Young Master said that he doesn't need you. As Yi Mo's voice fell, he had already charged over. Wild Sand King turned pale with fright and hurriedly urged his divine essence. A huge sand snake flew out. He attempted to block Yi Mo's attack. Unfortunately, the Wild Sand King forgot that he was already seriously injured at this time. He was no longer Yi Mo's match. Swish! The sharp sword light tore apart the sand snake and stabbed the Wild Sand King. The tyrannical impact directly sent the Wild Sand King flying out, smashing several walls and finally being pressed under the ruins. Come out! I know you're not dead. Yi Mo floated in midair, looking coldly in the direction of the ruins. He wants to slip away. Cold Plum suddenly said. The roots underground sensed the aura of the Wild Sand King. This Wild Sand King was a nature attribute martial soul after all, and could transform into wild sand to escape. Back then, the Wild Sand King was also seriously injured by the Golden King and Sword King, and used this method to escape. No need to worry, I'm here this time. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth. He will come out soon. Just as these words were said, the Wild Sand King shot out from the ground. His expression was abnormally ugly. Ling Xiao, must you force me into a dead end? The Wild Sand King wanted to escape, only to discover that this area was actually blocked by someone with an array. If he was in his prime, he could still force his way out. But currently, he was seriously injured and did not have that ability at all. This matter could only be done by Ling Xiao. I said, I'm going to kill you. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Ling Xiao, I see that you're also someone with ambition. How about this? How about I rely on you and help you do things, as long as you can spare my lowly life? Otherwise, even if I have to fight to the death today, I'll make you regret it. The Wild Sand King really had no choice and could only do this. Haha, are you threatening me? Ling Xiao sneered and said, You can try. Let's see what else you can do. You asked for it. The Wild Sand King knew that there was no hope and was prepared to self-destruct. If he blew himself up, everything in the vicinity would probably be destroyed. All the warriors here, except for Yi Mo, would probably be killed. Of course, that was if the other party could successfully self-destruct. Would Ling Xiao let him have his way? Everyone, prepare your strongest attacks. Aim at the Wild Sand King, and attack at the same time. Ling Xiao sneered and ordered. He didn't quite understand the meaning of Ling Xiao's order, but people still did it. Today, Ling Xiao was the supreme commander. Even the Sword King, Yi Mo, listened to him. Idiot, you were quite smart before. Why did you suddenly become an idiot? Before they can attack me, I will self-destruct. The Wild Sand King revealed a ferocious expression as terrifying energy continued to accumulate within his body. His entire body began to inflate rapidly like a balloon. Ling Xiao stomped on the ground and activated the Light Body Saint rune. In an instant, he appeared in front of the Wild Sand King. Has anyone ever told you that if you don't know the details of the opponent, you must not make a judgment too early? Cosmic power, time stop, void shattering power, void creation. In that instant, the Wild Sand King became still. Everything around him became still. The moment before he lost his ability to think, his eyes revealed an incomparably intense fear. Unfortunately, that fear also came to an abrupt end. Of course, everyone's attacks also stopped at that moment. All of them stopped within a 3-meter radius around the Wild Sand King. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment, and their hearts were filled with shock. Other than Yufeng Hua and Cold Plum, no one had expected Ling Xiao to have such a move. Of course, this was not the end. The void created by the void creation engulfed the Wild Sand King and all of his attacks in an instant. They disappeared without a trace. About a second later, Ling Xiao opened this void. The Wild Sand King's corpse fell down, although it was already riddled with holes and was almost unrecognizable. It was indeed the Wild Sand King. The Wild Sand King, who had run amok in the land of exile for more than 10 years, actually died under the scheme of a 7th-level divine, physique, echelon brat. It was also quite lamentable. Fortunately, this matter was only known by the martial artists of Sword King City present. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, both the Qi family and the royal family would be alarmed. Senior Sword King, you killed the Wild Sand King. Ling Xiao glanced at Yimo and said, "This subordinate understands." Although the current Yimo was much stronger than Ling Xiao, he still referred to himself as a subordinate. It could be seen that he had completely submitted to Ling Xiao. He was also willing to follow Ling Xiao and create a career for himself. "Many thanks, my lord." Yiqiu also bowed and thanked him sincerely. Ling Xiao killed the Wild Sand King and avenged him. She had saved his life and avenged him. How could Yiqiu not support such a person? No need to thank me. If it weren't for all of you, I wouldn't have been able to kill the Wild Sand King. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Therefore, this is everyone's contribution. In the future, I will still have to rely on all of you. Of course, there will be many benefits as well. Senior Sword King, now that the Wild Sand King is dead, you don't have to worry anymore. Lead the martial artists of Sword King City back. Although Sword King City is protected by a formation, it is still only a defense. Only when Senior Sword King returns can we deal a fatal blow to the rebels. Take the opportunity to recruit these fellows. If you need them, rope them in. Let Yiqiu stay." Yimo thought for a moment and said, "All right." Ling Xiao didn't refuse. If they encountered another powerful martial soul warrior, with Yiqiu and the martial soul puppet working together, they should be able to deal with it. "Then, let's meet again in Sword King City." Yimo bowed and left, leading the martial artists of Sword King City away from the Soul Armor Sect's ruins. Only Ling Xiao, Yiqiu, Yufeng Hua, and Cold Plum were left behind. Let's continue our search. This Soul Armor Sect was a sect that was as famous as the Divine Rune Sect. The Divine Rune Sect left behind 7 divine abilities. This Soul Armor Sect should have some treasures. I keep feeling that something is calling out to me. Everyone, follow me. Ling Xiao had more or less confirmed the location of the treasure. The feeling was very obvious. He just needed to follow the feeling. He walked in front, while Yiqiu brought up the rear. Yufeng Hua and Cold Plum stood on his left and right. The martial soul puppet hovered above Ling Xiao's head, ready to fight at any time. Ling Xiao jumped back into the deep pit that he had fallen into. Previously, he came out because he was alone, and he was worried about the safety of his companions. Now that he returned, it was for the treasure. Blast away that pile of ruins. Ling Xiao ordered the martial soul puppet. The martial soul puppet flew out, its sharp dagger emitting a bright light. It crashed into the ruins with a loud bang, destroying the entire ruins. The scene behind the ruins was exposed. It seemed that there was a faint luster shining. If one didn't pay attention, one might think that it was sunlight shining in. Chapter 51-94. After analyzing it calmly, one would realize that it was impossible for this place to have sunlight. Those rays of light were the luster of an array formation. "Let's go." Ling Xiao led the way in that direction. Yi Qiu was amazed. After so many days, even Yemo and the Wild Sand King had not discovered this secret. However, Ling Xiao had discovered it the moment he arrived. Sure enough, treasures would recognize their owners. In addition, Ling Xiao was an expert in array formations, so he could naturally discover things that others could not. There's a statue. Everyone walked to the center of the light source. It was the statue. They did not know who the statue was, but Ling Xiao guessed that it might be a senior of the Soul Armor sect. This statue was the key to deciphering the array formation. Master, I'm at my wit's end. Can you decipher it? Ling Xiao studied it for a while and realized that the array formation was so exquisite that even he could not decipher it, unless he stayed here for a month to study it painstakingly. However, that would be too much of a waste of time. It was not worth it for him. Wasting a month's worth of cultivation time without knowing what was inside was simply a foolish move. The key was that even if he spent a month, he might not be able to decipher the array formation. I can, but you also know that I'm just a spiritual body now. I can't set up the array myself. Even if I let you set up the array, you won't be able to complete the key parts. Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly and shook his head. So there's no other way. Ling Xiao was disappointed. He had finally found a place that might contain treasures, but he could not enter it. In the past, deciphering array formations had not been difficult for him. However, this array formation was somewhat mysterious. It was a combination of a large array and a fourth-grade sacred inscription. Ling Xiao was really at his wit's end. Even Yuan Venerate was at his wit's end. Is there really no other way? Yi Qiu saw that this array formation was so powerful and knew that there must be something good inside. Perhaps it was a soul armor created by the Soul Armor sect. This soul armor could greatly increase the combat power and auxiliary effects of a martial soul. After the Soul Armor sect was destroyed, the soul armor technique was passed down, just like the sacred inscription technique. However, there were still not many people who understood it. Therefore, both sacred inscription masters and soul armor masters had a very high status in the entire eternal god realm. Wait, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something. There might be a way. Master, didn't you just say that it's impossible? Yi Qiu asked, perplexed. Could it be that he suddenly had a solution? However, due to Ling Xiao's previous performance, Yi Qiu had already begun to blindly worship Ling Xiao. Since Ling Xiao said so, he would definitely believe it. I definitely can't break this formation. However, the Soul Armor sect is absolutely unwilling to let their inheritance be buried deep underground like this. Therefore, the key to unlocking the formation would definitely be left behind. If someone could find this key, then that person would be the fated person of the Soul Armor sect. Naturally, you can go in, Ling Xiao explained. In other words, Master, you already know where the key is? Cold Plum knew very well that Ling Xiao wouldn't talk nonsense. If he didn't know where the key was, he definitely wouldn't speak. Since he had spoken, it meant that he knew where it was. At the very least, he had some clues. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. A broken sword appeared in his hand. Master, didn't you spend 5 top-grade spirit stones to buy this broken sword outside? At that time, Qi Fei even said that you were a sucker. Cold Plum recognized the broken sword and said, yes, but he didn't know that this thing was the key to opening this formation. Ling Xiao smiled and said, actually, I don't know either. At that time, I just thought that although this broken sword was broken, it contained very complicated formation patterns and traces of sacred runes. I thought that this thing might not be simple. Just now, I saw the groove on the statue, and it actually matched very well. Therefore, I guessed that it was most likely the key. As Ling Xiao spoke, he picked up the broken sword and stuffed it into the groove. You guys stay away first. If something unexpected happens, you can still run away. The moment the broken sword was stuffed into the groove, Ling Xiao reminded them. However, no one left. Ling Xiao stood there. How could others leave? Buzz. A moment later, a strange sound could be heard. Then, the originally stone wall actually cracked open, and a portal to a small world appeared. Oh my God, it really is the key. My dear, your luck is simply off the charts, Yu Fanghua said in surprise. At the same time, she heaved a sigh of relief. Nothing unexpected happened. Everyone was safe. That was better than anything. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then took the lead and stepped into the portal. The other three followed him in. The moment they entered, the three of them were stunned. This was simply a warehouse of soul armatures. In the huge space, there were nearly 100,000 sets of exquisite soul armatures stored. This was probably all the stock of the soul armatures before they were destroyed. These soul armatures were of all kinds, but their function was the same, which was to strengthen and protect the martial soul. Some were like daggers, some were like waist tokens, some were like rings, and some were like bracelets. There were all kinds of them, but they were incisive and vivid. For different martial souls, they were mainly divided into two types, defense and attack. Master, we're rich, Yi Chu said excitedly. Each of you choose a soul armature first. Take the rest with you. Ling Xiao believed that with these soul armatures, the Empire of Tyrants could cultivate a large number of experts in a very short time in the future. Moreover, this thing could also be used to win people's hearts. Every time he went to a new place, Ling Xiao would encounter new enemies. Therefore, he needed new allies, new subordinates to help. Okay, Yi Qiu chose a sword-shaped soul armature. This was an attack-type soul armature. It was most suitable to use on the sword god martial soul. Yu Fanghua chose a pair of crescent moon earrings. It was very suitable for her. In addition to improving the effect of the bright moon martial soul, it also added some charm to her. Cold Plum chose a ring-shaped soul armature. Using this soul armature on the ancient war tree could greatly increase the defense and radiation range of the ancient war tree. At the same time, it could also increase the ancient war tree's control of plants. It could be said that it was very suitable for him. Ling Xiao did not choose for the time being. He had too many martial souls. Although he only had one main martial soul, which was the Sky Tyrant martial soul, none of these soul armatures could match the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Forcibly assembling, it would restrict the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The secondary martial soul was the 12-beast god martial soul. He had to think carefully before choosing. It was slightly easier to choose the sword god martial soul, but Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what other treasures there were in here. After keeping all the soul armatures into the Qiankuan world, the inside suddenly became much brighter. At this moment, he could see that on the hidden wall there was a hidden compartment protected by a formation. Although this formation was very complicated compared to the big formation outside, it was mainly used for protection. It was also relatively easier to crack it. The big formation outside should be a test. After passing it, the one inside would naturally not be too difficult. When Yi Qiu and the rest were familiarizing themselves with the use of the soul armatures, Ling Xiao finally cracked the formation. Chapter 51-95. Crack. The secret compartment was opened. Sure enough, there were things inside. Moreover, there were 4 of them. The first one was a piece of memory metal. Ling Xiao picked it up. The moment he touched it, a huge image suddenly appeared in the sky. It was as if it was looking back on something. Ling Xiao's first thought was that this was probably the reason why the Armor Soul sect was annihilated. Where is this? Ling Xiao looked at the image in surprise. There were green mountains and clear waters. The environment was elegant. There were no traces of a desert. The Armor Soul sect was located on a green mountain. It was majestic and majestic. It gave off the feeling of a big sect. Countless disciples of the Armor Soul sect were either cultivating, exchanging pointers, or carrying out missions in groups. However, at this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Everyone looked at the vast sky in shock. A huge figure appeared there. His dignified and solemn expression was filled with contempt and anger toward the Armor Soul sect. An ancient aura was released from his body. At this moment, black sand was dancing on the ground. Strong winds were raging. Countless trees were uprooted. Countless flowers and plants were torn apart. The martial artists of the Armor Soul sect were terrified. One could see that some of them seemed to have realized that such a day would come. They began to organize the young disciples of the Armor Soul sect to leave this place. However, only 1 out of 10 of them managed to escape. Most of them were torn to pieces by the ferocious wind. How dare the Armor Soul sect complain about injustice for the Saint Rune sect? How dare you ignore the orders of the ancient race? Today, the area within 3,000 miles of the Armor Soul sect will be barren and turned into a desert. The voice was cold and emotionless. It did not treat humans as living beings at all. It was like a high-level creature that looked down on insects. An even more terrifying wind was raging. The entire Armor Soul sect was overturned and sunk into the ground. A large area of the oasis was turned into a desert. The life of the plants was taken away. The land that was originally full of vitality seemed to have died. The area within 3,000 miles of the oasis was barren. Wasn't this the area of the land of exile? So this was how the land of exile came to be. As for those powers that existed in the land of exile together with the Armor Soul sect, they were all destroyed in this calamity. Only some disciples and higher-ups managed to escape. However, he no longer dared to call himself a member of the Soul Armor sect. Wasn't this ancient race a little too tyrannical and terrifying just because the Soul Armor sect spoke up for the Divine Rune sect and did not do anything? They were implicated. Even the flowers and trees were not spared. But looking at the oasis and plants in the desert now, it proved the tenacity of nature. It was practically impossible for the ancient race to destroy it completely. To think that the ancient race would be so tyrannical seems like I'll have to be more careful in the future. At the very least, he could not afford to provoke them at this stage. Otherwise, the Batian Empire will be in danger. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and let go of the pride he once had. Sure enough, one had to do things step by step. Otherwise, one wrong move would result in a complete loss. Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, and Yi Qiu were also stunned by this scene. They had never thought that the desert in the land of exile was actually man-made. What kind of terrifying power was this? The ancient race has always been tyrannical and tyrannical. I'm afraid only the massacring emperor back then would dare to go against them. Both the Divine Rune sect and the Soul Armor sect were powers that followed the massacring emperor. But in the end, they were destroyed. Yi Qiu lamented, "Since some things are done, one should have thought of the consequences. I believe that the massacring emperor will not regret this." Ling Zhao's complete legacy and bloodline power of his sun god came from the massacring emperor. From the words of the massacring emperor, he had only heard pride. There had never been any regrets. Even though the massacring emperor had failed back then, he had planted the seeds of resistance. As long as he had enough strength to carry the banner of the massacring emperor, there would definitely be people who would stand up and support him. But right now, it was still not enough. He was way too weak. No one would take his words seriously. The scene disappeared. What came next was a long text with pictures. This was the detailed content of the soul armor technique. Ling Xiao did not have the energy to look at it carefully for now, as he kept the memory medal. He intended to research this soul armor technique in the future before bringing it to the Tyrant Heaven's Empire. The Tyrant Heaven's Empire did not only have martial arts geniuses, they also had many technical geniuses. After keeping the memory medal, Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the second item. This is the 9-revolution glazed pagoda. Yi Chou exclaimed. The 9-revolution glazed pagoda is the most valuable treasure of the soul armor sect. I don't know what level this treasure is, but it seems to be sealed. Yes, it is sealed. It is similar to my crimson blood demon sword. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "The 3 of you stand over here." Yu Fanghua and the others stood in front of the 9-revolution glazed pagoda. The originally dark pagoda suddenly glowed. Layers of seals were undone. It had temporarily recovered to the level of a 4 divine dragon inscription emperor weapon. Moreover, it flew directly towards Yu Fanghua. Indeed, treasures will find their owners. Fanghua, this 9-revolution glazed pagoda is for you. Ling Xiao smiled. Actually, it was not impossible for him to have this item. The problem was that he already had the crimson blood demon sword and the reverse god sword. This was more suitable for Yu Fanghua. Yu Fanghua did not reject it. If she rejected something given by her man, it would be ungrateful. The third item turned out to be a small bottle of fresh blood contained in a glass bottle. The words "ancient blood" were engraved on the bottle. It is the blood of the ancient race. It seems that the video did not record everything. When we fought against the ancient race, some of them were killed. This is good stuff. Let me study it first before deciding who to give it to. This kind of thing could not be used rashly. Otherwise, it would be easy to cause problems. It was better to be clear. Then, he looked at the fourth item. This is a soul armor? Ling Xiao was stunned. This soul armor was a little strange. It was an exquisite gourd. He did not know what material it was made of. It looked like jade or glass, but it was definitely not. It was releasing the aura of a soul armor. There was no doubt that it was a soul armor. This soul armor is exquisite. I don't know what it is used for. However, it must be the best soul armor sect has. Yi Chou said. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. If it was not a treasure, it could have been placed with the other soul armors. There was no need to hide it. However, he did not know much about soul armor techniques, so he did not know what it was used for. Take it out first. Ling Xiao took out the soul armor and dripped blood on it to claim ownership. This was the most traditional way of claiming ownership, but it was also the most effective. The soul armor sect had also chosen this more traditional method. As the blood dripped onto the gourd, a cloud of black and gold smoke flew out of the gourd. This is creation gung metal powder, Yuan Venerate suddenly said. Creation gung metal powder is originally used to reconstruct the human body. It can be said to be extremely precious. Of course, it is also used to refine the human body and cultivate defensive martial techniques. It is also very useful to make puppets. Chapter 5196. Why is this gourd filled with Genesis gunmetal powder? The Yuan Venerate was confused. However, Ling Xiao soon realized that the Genesis gunmetal powder had wrapped around his sword god martial soul. Gradually, the sword god martial soul condensed and became solid. However, the effect of the martial soul did not disappear. Instead, it became stronger. Both of you fight. Ling Xiao ordered the martial soul puppet to fight with the sword god martial soul. The sword god, martial soul, actually fought with the martial soul puppet like an expert swordsman. Although it was defeated, it could be seen that the sword god martial soul's combat strength had reached the peak of the 9th level of the divine physique echelon under the enhancement of the soul armor. If combined with the martial soul transformation ability, it could even reach the early stage of the 10th level of the divine physique echelon. Moreover, this seemed to be related to the user's cultivation. In other words, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the stronger it would be. What would it be like to use this thing on the tyrant martial soul? Ling Xiao wanted to give it a try. Once this guy had an idea, he would definitely give it a try. Therefore, he withdrew the sword god martial soul. He released the tyrant martial soul. After the transformation, the difference between the tyrant martial soul and the mountain river martial soul was more obvious. Therefore, he was not worried that Yi Qiu would recognize it. Soul armor transformation. The gourd in Ling Xiao's hand disappeared in an instant. The Genesis gung metal powder began to envelop the tyrant martial soul. Ling Xiao became very nervous. He waited for the change to appear. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure came. Except for Ling Xiao, the other 3 were actually pressed to the ground. Human King. Ling Xiao actually saw a human king. However, it was strange that the human king did not respond. It just looked the same. It did not have its own consciousness. Is this the tyrant martial soul's realization? Ling Xiao was stunned. What was that black figure he saw before? It was definitely not a human king. He was a little confused. However, it also proved that this soul armor could indeed be used on the tyrant martial soul. Moreover, this human king's combat strength seemed to have reached the peak of the Essence Soul realm. The Essence Soul realm was a transitional realm between the Divine Body realm and the Divine Soul realm. It was a process that allowed a martial artist's soul power and spirit essence to better fuse. However, there was no doubt that the battle prowess of an Essence Soul realm martial artist far surpassed that of a 10th level divine physique echelon martial artist. The Soul Essence realm also had 10 levels, but there was no distinction between front, middle, back, and peak. This sovereign personage's combat prowess should be at the first layer Essence Soul realm. Ling Xiao hadn't reached that level, so he wasn't very sure. Oh no! Just as he was about to experience this powerful combat strength, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a burst of dizziness. He hurriedly put away the soul armor. Only then did the situation gradually improve. Looks like this soul armor can't be used on the martial spirit of Tyrant. If he were to use it, he would probably only be able to fight for 10 seconds at most. Otherwise, I would be in deep trouble. That martial soul puppet doesn't even need to consume my divine essence. It's better to use it less in the future. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. But then again, a martial soul puppet was just a puppet after all. Once it was taken away, it would be useless. Furthermore, it could be shattered by an expert. The most troublesome thing was that a martial soul puppet at the peak of the 3rd layer divine soul realm would definitely attract the attention of divine soul realm experts. He couldn't use it casually. At most, it could be used as a life-saving measure. Let's try the beast soul again. Ling Xiao tried using the soul armor on the beast god martial soul. Together with the martial god incarnation, the beast god martial soul could erupt with combat prowess at the peak of the 10th layer divine physique realm. It was much stronger than the sword god martial soul, as expected of the god martial soul of the primordial god position. Furthermore, the beast god martial soul could last for 5 minutes at most, which was much longer than the martial spirit of Tyrant. However, it still couldn't compare to the sword body martial soul, which could last for an hour. Basically, it was enough to settle any battle. Now, it seemed that this soul armor was more suitable for the sword god martial soul under normal circumstances. However, Ling Xiao was still very happy. This trip to the land of exile could be said to have gained a lot. Let's go. We have already taken everything here. Let's quickly return to the Sword King city to check out the situation. Ling Xiao actually wanted to test his current combat prowess. During this trip to the ruins, his cultivation broke through to the early 7th layer divine physique realm, and he obtained a soul armor like the Heptagold Gourd. He also obtained a martial soul puppet at the peak of the 3rd layer divine physique realm. There was also the God's Fruit and the Flower of Law. There was also the soul armor art and the 9 revolution glazed pagoda. All of these were the results of his hard work. After killing the Wild Sand King, the Qi family would probably go crazy. After spending so many resources to nurture the Black Sandstorm organization for 10 years without the Wild Sand King, it would soon disappear. When Ling Xiao left, none of the neutral martial artists dared to make a move. What a joke! He could even kill the Wild Sand King and severely injure Princess Huang Shui, forcing her to return to the Golden Region. This kind of madman wasn't someone they could fight against. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the Sword King city, the battle had already ended. Obviously, the return of the Sword King, Yi Mo, had completely turned the battle in favor of the Sword King. The Sword King city had won a complete victory. More than 100,000 rebels were recruited and 20,000 were killed. Now that the land of exile was under the control of Sword King City, it was time for them to start their next step. Cold Plum, Yiqiu, I have a mission for the two of you. Head to the Heaven's Wall City and bring the genius martial artists of the Sky Tyrant Empire over. Ling Xiao gave the order to Cold Plum and Yiqiu. The people of the Sky Tyrant Empire would believe in Cold Plum, and Yiqiu would be able to protect Cold Plum along the way. Roger. The two of them received the order and set off. At the same time, Ling Xiao and the Sword King Yi Mo chatted for a while and took out the 100,000 soul armors for Yi Mo and Feng Qiu to choose from. After that, he left 90,000 soul armors to Yi Mo and asked him to find suitable martial artists to bestow. Ling Xiao also kept around 10,000 soul armors for himself to buy people's hearts. After that, Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua left the Sword King city. At the same time, in the Qi family of the Golden Region, the news of the Wild Sand King and Qi Fei's death had already spread. The higher-ups of the Qi family gathered together and held an emergency meeting. The Quan King's face was so gloomy that it seemed like black blood could drip out. The Wild Sand King was killed by Yi Mo. Do you know how much resources I spent to nurture the Wild Sand King? Qi Lin, where's your son, Qi Fei? Qi Lin stood up from his seat and said expressionlessly, according to reliable sources, he was killed by Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao is the main culprit of the Wild Sand King's death. Lord Quan King, I think it's time to do something to this Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if we allow him to continue, it will be detrimental to our plan. He's just a piece of trash at the peak of the 6th level divine physique realm. Even if he's a genius, do you want me to personally take action? Isn't he competing with Qi Tianmei for the city lord position? I can give Qi Tianmei some good stuff. However, she must use this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she can forget about living. The Quan King's thoughts were still on the Sword King, Yi Mo, and Ling Xiao was automatically ignored by him. Chapter 5197. Ling Xiao, who was rushing back to the martial city, didn't know that the Qi family held a family meeting for the land of exile. However, even if he knew, it didn't matter. He had already been stabbed in the back many times, so it didn't matter if it was 1 or 2 more times. What Ling Xiao needed now was time. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to defeat Qi Tianmei. Even if Qi Tianmei had the support of the Qi family's higher-ups and obtained some treasure, he didn't believe that it could be more powerful than his trump card. However, when Ling Xiao arrived at the martial city, he realized that Long Chen was injured. The original 9th Platoon was hiding in the governor's residence and didn't dare to come out. The Dragon Cave was occupied by someone else again. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. How dare they attack his men when he wasn't around? Could it be Qi Tianmei's doing? Han Yuan, tell me what happened. Ling Xiao sat there with a cold expression. He was someone who never suffered a loss, let alone now that he had become stronger. He wanted to find someone to practice his skills, but idiots came knocking on his door. This was perfect. Big brother, don't mention it. It's the Qi family's bunch of bastards. Long Chen spoke before Han Yuan could say anything. Although he was injured, he was from the giant dragon clan, so it wasn't serious. Tell me in detail. Ling Xiao said, It's nothing much. Qi Tianmei suddenly used the city lord's name to change the 3 deputy commanders of the city defense army, except for me and Sister Fang Hua. These 3 guys are early-stage, 9th level divine, physique, echelon martial artists. Although I can defeat any one of them individually, I'm at a disadvantage when the 3 of them work together. However, big brother, don't worry. I didn't embarrass you. Although I'm injured, those 3 guys didn't have it easy either. Long Chen explained. However, it's more troublesome now. Most of the city defense army listened to them. After I'm injured, Han Yuan and Qin Chi aren't their match, so they can only hide in the governor's residence for now. Luckily, they don't dare to attack. After all, this is the Martial City's City Defense Army's governor's residence. Long Chen, do you want to take revenge? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Now, sure. Long Chen stood up abruptly, but the pain from his injury still caused him to grimace. Just follow me. I will take revenge for this. Ling Xiao glanced at Long Chen and sneered. They even dare to hit my Ling Xiao's brother. They'd better have the strength to be arrogant. Otherwise, they can just consider themselves unlucky. A bonfire was lit in front of the Dragon Cave. The city defense army was eating barbecued meat while laughing and cursing. He would wait until his body recovered before entering the Dragon Cave to cultivate. Although this Dragon Cave originally had an array formation, it had already been broken by an expert. The talents of the Qi family were not what outsiders could imagine. The 3 new vice commanders sat in the most conspicuous place. Beside them, there were people passing them roasted meat and delicious wine. It could be seen that their injuries had already healed. 3 against 1. Although they were injured, their injuries were much lighter than Long Chen's. Moreover, with the Qi family's ability, they would be able to heal them quickly. Commander Zhao, I heard that Ling Xiao has just returned to Martial City. I'm afraid that he will do something to us. Should I report this to City Lord Qi? Someone suddenly said. Commander Zhao sneered and said, The City Lord is currently at the Qi family. Lord Quan King gave him some benefits to kill Ling Xiao in the City Lord Challenge. Calculating the time, half a month has already passed. I reckon that City Lord Qi will become stronger. That Ling Xiao will have no way to survive. Brother Zhao, do you think that Ling Xiao will come and find trouble with us? Another vice commander beside him asked. Brother Qian, are you afraid? Commander Zhao smiled and said, I don't think that Ling Xiao is that impressive. It's fine if he doesn't come. If he dares to come, I will naturally take care of him. There is no need for City Lord Qi to make a move. Is there a need to make such a big fuss to deal with a piece of trash at the peak of the 6th level divine physique echelon? I'm not afraid. The 3rd commander with the surname Sun, who was the youngest, spoke first. I'm not afraid either. Commander Qian said, I'm just thinking that one of Ling Zhao's subordinates is already so powerful. The three of us have to join forces to severely injure him. Ling Xiao can't be weaker than his subordinates, right? Don't worry. Don't forget that the three of us didn't use our full strength. Commander Zhao said, moreover, aren't there so many brothers here? They should understand what the consequences will be once Ling Xiao gains power. Therefore, they can only choose to help us. Just as he finished speaking, a stream of light suddenly sped over from afar. It was Ling Xiao who came alone. Vice commanders, you guys are in a good mood. Tonight is the time when thieves are most likely to appear. You guys are actually drinking here. Aren't you afraid of delaying matters? Ling Xiao stood there and looked down coldly at the three vice commanders sitting on the ground. He could feel that the three of them were very strong. Any one of them could reach Qi Fei's level. No wonder Long Chen was at a disadvantage. Pour the wine. Commander Zhao did not even look at Ling Xiao as he held the bowl and said to the martial artist beside him. He did not place Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. In his view, if he did not let that trash Qi Hung participate in the commander selection back then, the winner would definitely be him. At this time, Yu Fanghua, Long Chen, and the people of the Ninth Squad all rushed over. The people of the Ninth Squad all thought it through very clearly. They advanced and retreated together with Ling Xiao. If they did not help when Ling Xiao encountered trouble, then what right did others have to give them benefits? Therefore, even if they knew the danger, they still came. It was just that there were too few people, and they were quickly surrounded. Laughter came from all around, the voices full of ridicule and sarcasm. This person really thinks of himself as a commander. What's the use of a commander who doesn't have anyone submitting to him? Commander Sun said with a cold smile. Ling Xiao glanced at Commander Sun, then looked around and said, "Today, I'm here to kill. You guys better listen carefully. There are people who offended their superiors and committed a capital offense. I'm going to execute them today. Whoever dares to wallow in the mire with them, I won't let any of them off. Since no one is willing to stay in the City Defense Army, I'll give you two choices. One is death. Two is to scram. The City Defense Army of Marshall City does not need people like you." Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao had just finished speaking when Commander Zhao started laughing loudly on the other side, because he found it too funny. Ling Xiao actually wanted to execute them, not to mention whether he could beat them. Even if he could, they were sent by the Qi family. Would Ling Xiao dare to casually kill them? You better laugh a few more times, because you won't be able to laugh later. Ling Zhao's voice was still indifferent and dignified. Brothers, we have to stand in line. We can't be unlucky with Ling Xiao. Shouts came from the crowd. More than half of the people stood on the side of the three deputy commanders. A small number of people quietly left. When the gods fought, the commoners suffered. If they were not willing to stand on either side, then they could only leave. They also found a place where they did not have to stand in line to continue living. Come and read. Chapter 5198. Ling Xiao didn't care about the City Defense Army's betrayal. He had 300,000 soldiers in the Sword King Army and 100,000 warriors in the Land of Exile under his control. He could easily fill the gap in the Martial City with some of them. He didn't lack people now. All right, since you've made your choice, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fang Hua, Long Chun, Han Yuan, Qin Chi, and the rest of the 9th Platoon, listen up. I'll leave those guys to you. I believe you have the ability to do so. They're just a motley crew. I'll take care of these three trash. Ling Xiao looked at the three deputy commanders and ordered. Yes, actually, Long Chun and Yu Fanghua were enough to take care of those trash. Yu Fanghua had broken through to the 9th level of the divine physique echelon, after returning from the land of exile. She even obtained a treasure like the 9-revolution glazed pagoda. Her combat power had soared. Before coming here, Ling Xiao had asked everyone in the 9th platoon to choose a soul armor. These people were very loyal, so their loyalty should be exchanged for benefits for him. All right, it's time for the 3 of you to die. So what if you're from the Qi family? I'm not afraid to tell you that I almost killed the princess. The wild Sand King that the Qi family painstakingly nurtured was also killed by me. Even if I kill the 3 of you, there won't be any change. Ling Xiao suddenly entered the beast god's body state. He released the sun god's blood formation. He entered the 2nd level of the bloody devil rat. A violent aura swept across the place. The 3 deputy commanders had no choice but to stand up. This kid is not simple. Commander Qian glanced at Commander Zhao and said, Commander Zhao also stopped underestimating Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, although the city lord said that we can't let others see when we kill you, you're courting death today. You can't blame us if you want to die. I believe that if the higher-ups ask, we'll have a reason. Although he didn't dare to underestimate the enemy, that was all. Commander Zhao still didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. He could see that Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through. However, he was only at the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. There was no way he could compare to him. If you really have the ability to kill me, then we'll talk about it. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 people in front of him nonchalantly. Martial artists in the early stage of the 9th level divine physique echelon were no longer worthy of his attention. He was able to kill Qi Fei even before he got his hands on the soul armature. Now that he had obtained the soul armor, his sword god martial spirit had become even more powerful. If he wanted to win, it would be much easier. On the other side, the battle had already begun. Those city defense army cultivators had steeled their hearts to rely on the Qi family, believing that the Qi family would definitely be the victor this time. Therefore, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao and his gang. If Ling Xiao and the others didn't die today, they would be doomed. Therefore, they all worked very hard. There were 20,000 to 30,000 people present. They originally thought that with more people, they would be able to easily deal with the people of the 9th Squad. Unfortunately, after the battle started, they discovered that something was wrong. Among these so-called 20,000 to 30,000 people, most of them were martial artists at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Their strength was too weak. Those in the early stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon were considered the strongest. In front of you, Fang Hua and Long Chen, this kind of strength was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. Long Chen suppressed his anger and transformed into a terrifying giant dragon. With a swipe of his claws, a large number of people were knocked down. Yu Fanghua released the 9-revolution glazed pagoda. The pagoda kept releasing moonlight blades. There was no need to make a move at all. The enemies couldn't even get close. So powerful. Hanli said excitedly. They originally thought that it would be a tough battle, but they didn't even have the chance to make a move. These 2 people were too valiant. Little son, go help those trash. We can't let them all die. Commander Zhao frowned and said to Commander Sunday. Commander Sun received the order and dashed over. However, halfway there, he was knocked back by Ling Xiao's punch. I've said that the 3 of you will be fighting me. Ling Xiao held the Void God sword in his hand and said indifferently. Cold-killing intent kept rising in his body. You really don't want to die fast enough, do you? Commander Zhao sneered. Commander Qian, Commander Sun, the 2 of you go first. Kill this kid, and then go help the other side. Yes, Commander Qian and Commander Sun joined forces and released their martial souls. At the same time, they charged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's brows were cold. I asked the three of you to go together, but you sent 2 people to die. Don't regret it. Soul armor, activate. Ling Xiao smiled, faintly. The sword god, martial soul, behind him suddenly turned from a shadow to a solid body. Ling Xiao threw the crimson blood demon, sword to the sword god, martial soul. Kill. Without the sword god, martial soul, the sword god martial soul could unleash the strength of a peak 9th level divine physique echelon under the enhancement of the soul armor. Ling Xiao didn't have to make a move himself. He just wanted to test the power of the sword god martial soul in a battle. Whoosh! With the crimson blood demon sword in hand, the sword god martial soul's combat power skyrocketed again. The sword light enveloped Commander Sun and Commander Qian. What the hell is that? Isn't it a martial soul? How can it materialize? Commander Qian and Commander Sun were stunned. However, they didn't have the time to think about it, because the combat power released by the sword god martial soul in front of them made them feel in extreme danger. They had a feeling that they would die. The 2 of them jumped in fright and immediately displayed their respective trump cards. Giant shield protection. Commander Qian's martial soul was a shield sword. The giant shield was released and completely blocked his body. It greatly increased his defense. At the same time, behind the shield, there was a dense killing intent. A sword light was released quietly and shot toward Ling Xiao. His shield sword, martial soul, could be said to be very practical. It was a martial soul that could attack and defend. Split. Commander Sun's martial soul was also very strange. It was actually an earthworm. The moment he felt the danger, his body actually split into 4. Moreover, these 4 bodies all had the same level of strength. This earthworm martial soul didn't sound like much, but it was actually very powerful. The 4 commanders attacked at the same time. They waved their palms, and countless spikes avoided the sword god martial soul and shot toward Ling Zhao's body. It seemed like he had the same thought as Commander Qian. They both knew that Ling Xiao was the key to controlling the sword god martial soul. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, the sword god martial soul wouldn't be able to move no matter how strong it was. Commander, Zhao revealed a cold smile. Kid, are you regretting it now? He had never used these 2 moves against Long Chun before. Since you're his big brother, I'll let you have a taste of it first. He felt that there was no need for him to make a move. Although they felt that the sword god martial soul seemed to be very strong, they couldn't tell exactly how strong it was. That was why they were so calm. If he knew that the sword god martial soul had the strength of a peak 9th level divine physique echelon, he wouldn't have dared to sit here and watch. He would have definitely helped. Ignorant confidence. Ling Xiao didn't move. In the next moment, the crowd saw a shocking scene. A simple sword light easily destroyed the joint attack of Commander Sun and Commander Qian. Not only was the sword god martial soul's combat power incomparably strong, but it was also fast like a ghost. Chapter 51:99. Commander Zhao frowned when he saw this. This was something that he had never expected. Ling Xiao was actually able to block Commander Qian and Commander Sun's joint attack. The 3 of them often did things together. Commander Qian and Commander Sun's joint attack had even killed a late-stage 9th level divine physique echelon martial artist before. Ling Zhao's method was actually able to resolve it so easily. Be careful. This kid is strange. Use your Dharma treasure. Commander Zhao sensed Ling Zhao's strangeness and roared. Yes. Commander Sun and Commander Qian responded and took out their Dharma treasures. Commander Qian's Dharma treasure was still a shield sword. It was obviously meant to complement his martial soul. Commander Sun's Dharma treasure was a 9-section whip. It was also meant to complement his martial soul. Both of their Dharma treasures were emperor weapons with 3 divine dragon patterns. In this day and age, magic treasures were really not worth much. These two fellows were only at the 9th level divine physique echelon, but they actually had emperor weapons with 3 divine dragon patterns. It seemed like the Qi family had invested quite a bit in this plan. One had to know that the dual-axe City Lord's Dharma treasure was only an emperor weapon with 4 divine dragon patterns. That was a divine soul realm martial artist, even though he had just entered the divine soul realm. Compared to the Qi family, Dual-Axe City was really poor. Once the Dharma treasures were used, Commander Qian and Commander Sun's attack and defense clearly increased. Commander Qian's giant shield suddenly became bigger and thicker. The killing intent hidden within became even more terrifying. A giant sword was released from behind the shield. It contained Commander Qian's lifetime of cultivation and was about to kill Ling Xiao. After Commander Sun used the 9-section whip, there were actually 9 clones. Most importantly, the strength of these 9 Commander Suns was exactly the same. Even their martial skills and methods were exactly the same. If someone else encountered this, they would probably have to flee. However, to Ling Xiao, the number of people wasn't a problem at all. Even if 1,000 early-stage 9th-level divine physique echelon martial artists were added together, it wouldn't be comparable to a peak 9th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. The accumulation of quantity was meaningless to the strong unless it reached the level of qualitative change. Fortunately, the 9 Commander Suns were still unable to produce a qualitative change. Furthermore, Ling Xiao also discovered something else. The more clones Commander Sun had, the lower his intelligence. The 9 doppelgangers made his attacks almost mindless. Previously, he knew how to hide behind Commander Qian's giant shield, but now he was attacking like a madman. He actually forced the 2 vice commanders to use 2 monarch armaments with 3 divine dragon patterns. Ling Xiao, this brat really isn't simple. However, it will end here. When the surrounding martial artists saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Under the power of the 2 deputy commanders, could Ling Xiao still make a comeback? As long as they could hold on for a while longer, they would be saved once the vice commanders won. Idiot! Ling Xiao glanced at Commander Sun, who was rushing over. The 9 clones were exactly the same, and their strength was also exactly the same. It was a pity that their eyes were dull, and they looked like idiots. Sword God Martial Spirit, send him to hell. Ling Xiao ordered. In that instant, the sword god Martial Spirit turned into a dazzling sword light that instantly pierced through 9 clones. It skewered Commander Sun like a stick of candied haws. Even though Commander Sun had the earthworm Martial Spirit, 9 clones were his limit. Now, all 9 of them had been stabbed at the same time. He was a complete tragedy. Commander Sun's 9 clones fell to the ground at the same time. After struggling for a while, they stopped breathing. Ling Xiao put away his storage ring, then gave the 9-section whip to the Void God's sword to devour. His companions couldn't use the 9-section whip. Although it was of good quality, it could only be used to feed the Void God's sword. You killed Brother Sun. Commander Qian watched this scene in horror. With 1 sword strike, Commander Sun had no chance to resist and died on the spot. That's right, I killed him. However, I'm a merciful person. If you agree to get out of Martial City and never appear in front of me again, I can let you go. Ling Xiao looked at Commander Qian and said indifferently, in your dreams, die. The killing intent behind the shield's word was completely unleashed. The giant sword in the middle of the attack became even sharper. Ling Xiao could sense that Commander Qian had activated the Frenzy Saint rune. But was there any point? Crack! With 1 sword strike, the giant sword shattered. In front of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, Commander Qian's attack was like a child's circus. One had to know that the sword god martial spirit, was at the peak of the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. It was already enough to crush Commander Qian. Coupled with the incomparably sharp crimson blood demon sword, Commander Qian didn't stand a chance from the start. The reason why Ling Xiao asked the three of them to attack at the same time was because he felt that it was too boring to torture noobs. What? Commander Qian cried out in alarm. He finally felt fear and turned around to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sword god martial spirit's sharp sword light tore through the giant shield's defense and pierced Commander Qian's throat. I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish it. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Commander Qian let out a hysterical scream. Blood instantly dyed his clothes red. His life force was rapidly depleting. Even if a god came, he wouldn't be able to cure him. How could this be? The rebels originally still had hope. However, at this moment, their hopes were completely dashed. It turned into complete despair. The battle lasted less than a minute, and the two deputy commanders were killed. This was actually done by Ling Xiao, whom they looked down on. What happened to this kid after he returned from the land of exile? Not to mention them, even Long Chun, Han Yuan, Han Li, Chun Chi, and the others were shocked. Ling Xiao was much stronger than he was half a month ago. It was a monstrous improvement speed. No wonder the Qi family wanted him dead. Commander Qian finally stopped breathing. Ling Xiao did the same thing. He put away Commander Qian's storage ring and weapon. However, he didn't give the shield's word to the Void God's sword. Instead, he threw it to Chun Chi. Chun Chi was good at using sabers and shields. This shield's word should be more suitable for him. Thank you, Commander. Chun Chi was overjoyed. When he thought about the decision he made, he felt that it was a wise decision. Although Han Yuan, Han Li, and the others were envious, they weren't jealous. This was because they knew that as long as they performed well, they would receive many benefits. As soon as Ling Xiao returned, he gave each of them a soul armor. One had to know that soul armors were extremely precious in the Golden Martial Kingdom. Only warriors in the Golden Domain had slightly more soul armors. Outside the Golden Domain, soul armors were rare. Do you regret it now, Commander Zhao? Ling Xiao looked at Commander Zhao contemptuously. I said that the three of you should work together, but you refused. Now, there's no chance for you to work together. But speaking of which, even if you work together, it seems like you still don't have a chance. Commander Zhao's expression was a little ugly. He had watched the battle just now and was already regretting it. Chapter 5200. The powerful battle prowess that Ling Xiao displayed caused Commander Zhao to tremble. He knew very well that he couldn't win. Even if he could defeat Commander Qian and Commander Sun, it wouldn't be so easy. He might end up crippling himself in the end. Ling Xiao, we're from the Qi family. Have you thought about the consequences of killing the two of them? Commander Zhao said coldly, That's right. I admit that you're a genius. I'm afraid that no one in Martial City can suppress your strength other than the city lord. Don't forget that you're still just an insignificant ant in the eyes of the Qi family. Ant. Ha ha. Ling Xiao smiled and said, You're right. I'm an ant, but an ant's nest can destroy a 1,000-mile dike. Have you never thought that an ant like me would be able to destroy the Qi clan? All right, enough nonsense. Let's fight. Seeing that you're so scared, I won't use my soul armor. He used his soul armor to deal with Commander Qian and Commander Sun just to test the combat strength of his sword god martial soul. Since he had already tried, there was no need to try again. At the end of the day, soul armor was still an external object. Ling Xiao firmly believed that his own strength was true strength. He took out the Void God's sword and looked coldly at Commander Zhao. "You only have one chance to fight with me. If you miss it, that thing will appear again. By the way, it's at the peak of the 9th level of the divine physique echelon, so you can't win no matter what." Commander Zhao's pupils constricted when he heard this. Fight. There was no other choice. If he didn't fight now, he wouldn't have another chance. At the thought of this, the shadow of a bow and arrow appeared behind him. This guy actually had a bow martial soul. Although it wasn't a god martial soul, it was still quite outstanding. Its power was quite strong. At the same time, he took out his weapon. The bow was also an emperor weapon, with 3 divine dragon patterns. However, in terms of quality, it seemed to be much better than the other twos. A sharp arrow condensed on the bowstring. The arrow that Commander Zhao used didn't seem to be a real arrow, but an arrow condensed from divine essence. This fellow should be cultivating metal elemental divine energy, which was incomparably sharp and suitable for weapon-type martial souls. This was especially true for the arrows, which were extremely powerful. Not a bad martial soul, a helpless aura. What a pity! Why did you have to provoke me? Ling Xiao gripped the void god sword tightly. Invisible, a terrifying aura bloomed from the sword. "Come on! Kill!" Commander Zhao took the lead and launched an attack. Arrows shot towards Ling Xiao like meteors. It was as if divine essence was free. Ling Xiao activated the light body Saint Rune and coordinated with the holy ground demonic shadow to move closer to Commander Zhao. He didn't use the golden light Saint Rune. If he did, it would be bullying. Even a divine soul realm martial artist would find it hard to break the golden sacred rune, so Commander Zhao had no chance at all. When the Tai Chi eye opened, it was as if the void god sword had grown eyes. It deflected the incoming arrows one by one. In just an instant, Ling Xiao approached Commander Zhao. "Is that all you've got? Looks like your attacks aren't even as good as your companions." Ling Xiao liked to observe his opponents so that he could learn things that he could use from their battles. That was why he didn't kill Commander Zhao directly. Otherwise, whether it was the 9 dragon divine art or the human god reversal, he could have done it. Divine bow fusion. Commander Zhao saw Ling Xiao approach and cried out in surprise. The illusory bow behind him actually fused with the emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon runes in his hand. The fusion of light and shadow brought about a great increase in attack power. Frozen arrow. It was a classic archer's fighting style. This move didn't aim to kill the opponent. It only aimed to seal the opponent. The air suddenly became chilly. Ling Xiao found that his movements were gradually slowing down. However, he didn't do anything and waited for Commander Zhao's next move. There had to be some benefits in a battle. It would be a pity to kill Commander Zhao just like that. Explosive arrow. Commander Zhao was overjoyed to see Ling Xiao frozen. This time, he took out a true arrow and knocked it on the bowstring. Then he shot it out. This arrow also had 2 divine dragon runes. So this guy had such a trump card. If it was a terrifying attack, even Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to take it head-on without activating the golden light saint runes. The key was that the explosive arrow was extremely fast, and he was frozen. Even if he could break it, he wouldn't be able to increase his speed. He couldn't dodge or defend at this time. Did he really have to use the golden light saint runes? Ling Xiao didn't like that. If he relied too much on something, there would be a hidden danger. All right, since you like to attack, I'll fight you with my attack. Ling Xiao stood there without moving. His left hand released the power of the void and transcended the void. A stream of energy hit the exploding arrow in an instant. Although the power of transcending the void wasn't much, the key was that it could instantly hit the target. The explosive arrow was hit. Although it wasn't destroyed, it slowed down a bit. At this time, A blood-red divine dragon appeared on Ling Xiao's void god sword. 9 dragons divine art. He'd chosen the 9 dragons divine art instead of the reverse god sword because it had a longer range. At this distance, the reverse god sword couldn't hit his opponent, but the 9 dragons divine art could. The roaring blood-red dragon swallowed the explosive arrow in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Commander Zhao. It pierced through Commander Zhao's heart. Impossible. Captain Zhao never dreamed that he'd die so easily. Ling Xiao didn't even have to use his mysterious soul armature before he was done for. The entire process seemed to have been within Ling Xiao's calculations. The moment Commander Zhao fell to the ground, the traitors were in complete despair. Some even knelt and begged for mercy, while others turned and ran. There were too many of them. Ling Xiao couldn't kill them all. Some of them still managed to escape. Since someone had escaped, there was no point in silencing them. Ling Xiao wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Fang Hua, Long Chun, tell them to scram. Remember, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, next time, I'll kill you. He stopped Long Chun and Fang Hua's attacks. He let go of those who surrendered, but for those who resisted, he didn't spare a single one. With that, Ling Xiao sat down. On one hand, it was because the 9 dragons' divine art had consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, he was summarizing the lessons he'd learned from the battle. He'd underestimated his opponent against Captain Zhao's frozen arrow. He could have dealt with it in an instant, but he didn't. He just wanted to see Captain Zhao's stronger attack. Although this had increased the energy in his sea of cultivation to 10%, it was still not enough. However, the dangers involved were self-evident. If his opponent hadn't been Captain Zhao, but someone smarter, even if he'd won today, he would have been seriously injured. Looks like I can't be so careless in the future. If I can deal with trouble, I'll do it quickly. Chapter 52:01. Clean up the battlefield and go back. We might have to face Qi Tianmei's wrath tomorrow. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't look worried at all. No matter what Qi Tianmei got from the Qi family, he must defeat her completely. However, before they could leave, a figure rushed over in an imposing manner. It was Qi Tianmei. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Tianmei, who was rushing over. He sneered and stopped. He dealt with the traitors of the city defense army with reason and evidence. No one could find fault with him. After all, he was the commander of the city defense army. Those 3 deputy commanders dared to lead the army and escape, which was a capital offense. Offending a superior was also a capital offense. Qi Tianmei couldn't find any fault with his reasoning. Therefore, unless Qi Tianmei wanted to kill him at all costs. Otherwise, they might not be able to fight today. Qi Tianmei was a member of the Qi family, after all. She had to consider the big picture. Unlike Ling Xiao could be considered a bachelor now. He who had nothing to lose was not afraid of those who wore shoes. He could do whatever he wanted, but Qi Tianmei couldn't. Otherwise, the Qi family would be caught. Therefore, Qi Tianmei stood there and sneered. Her eyes were filled with anger and hatred. The 3 corpses on the ground were still there. Ling Xiao didn't intend to get rid of them. He wanted to hand them over to the Qi family openly. Ling Xiao, you dare to kill the Qi family's warriors in broad daylight. Qi Tianmei shouted angrily. It's easy now that City Lord Qi is here. You can take these 3 corpses back. They appointed them as deputy commanders without my permission. It's already overstepping their authority. After they became deputy commanders, they didn't follow the rules and offended their superiors. They even wanted to kill me. I killed them. Is there a problem? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Half a month ago, he still had some misgivings about Qi Tianmei. Now, Half a month later, Qi Tianmei was nothing in his eyes. Qi Tianmei's face was gloomy. However, she couldn't do anything about Ling Zhao's arrogance. Logically speaking, she lost. Aren't you afraid of dying by the roadside? Qi Tianmei said coldly, My luck has always been good. It seems that those who tried to kill me were all killed by me in the end. You should know about the death of the Wild Sand King, right? I'm sure you've heard about Qi Fei's death. Your Qi family really has a long reach. Even in the land of exile, there are people from your family. Unfortunately, they were also dead. This is the consequence of offending me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Qi Tianmei's face became even more gloomy, as if black water could drip out of it. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Even if I kill you, at most, I will be removed from my position as the city lord. You can try. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Maybe you were qualified to say that half a month ago. But now, I'm related to Sword King's loyalty. What do you think Golden King will do? What would the Sword King do? Even the Qi family might not be able to bear the combined wrath of the Sword King and the Golden King. What's more, can you kill me? Don't think too highly of yourself. Qi Tianmei was stunned. In fact, Qi Lin had already analyzed the situation for her. Now, the Sword King was willing to help the Golden King for Ling Zhao's sake. Therefore, the Golden King would definitely not let Ling Xiao die. Because of this, the matter of Huang Shui being seriously injured by Ling Xiao was forcibly suppressed by the Golden King. The Golden King had no choice but to do so. Although he was unhappy that Ling Xiao seriously injured his daughter, he needed the Sword King's strength. Is there no other way? In fact, why are you so anxious? I'll challenge you half a month later. At that time, if you really have the ability, just take my life. No one will stop you. Ling Xiao looked at the angry and helpless Qi Tianmei and said, I'll give you this opportunity. Let's see if you can grasp it. But I have to remind you of something. If you really want to kill me that day, you must be prepared to be killed. All right. Qi Tianmei thought of the challenge half a month later and finally spat out a mouthful of turbid air. If she killed Ling Xiao in a fair and square challenge, the Sword King and Golden King wouldn't say anything. It was Ling Xiao who was courting death. She didn't have to kill Ling Xiao. At that time, I'll choose the location. I'll invite a lot of people to watch the battle, including the people of the Sword King city. Let them see how you'll be trampled. A mere ant dares to contend with the Qi family and make everyone fear the dignity of the Qi family. Qi Tianmei said loudly, Okay, but in this half a month, I don't want to see anyone attack my people. Otherwise, this agreement will be canceled. I'll kill you in advance, and I'll do it by hook or by crook. Ling Xiao said coldly, You should know my means. Don't worry, I'll give you half a month to struggle at death's door. Qi Tianmei said generously. Half a month later, everything would be settled. There was no need to complicate matters. But at this time, the people of the 9th Squad were a little worried. They were very clear about Qi Tianmei's strength. She was the strongest warrior in Martial City, although Ling Xiao was also very strong. But in half a month's time, could he really defeat Qi Tianmei? This time, he would either succeed or die trying. Qi Tianmei said that she would make a big deal out of it. If Ling Xiao lost this time, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Golden Region. Not to mention staying in Martial City. He would even have to give up the position of City Defense Army Commander. They felt that Ling Xiao was a little too rash. Anyway, he had already become a commander. There was no need to agree to this challenge. There was no need to force himself like this. However, they didn't know that Ling Xiao wanted to take control of Martial City through this matter. At the same time, he was also giving himself pressure. Pressure that was constantly getting stronger. Okay, goodbye. Half a month later, you'll know how stupid your words were today. Chi Tianmei waved her hand. A gust of wind rolled up and swept away the corpses of the 3 deputy commanders. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't reply. As for who was the stupid one, they would know in half a month. Now, it wasn't about who had the loudest voice that could win. Brother Commander, can we really win? Isn't it too hasty? Hanli asked worriedly. It's 50-50 for now. Before we fight, no one knows if we can win. However, this battle is unavoidable. Moreover, if you agree to it, you'll have half a month of peace. Everyone, cultivate well. I reckon that in a few days, some new faces will appear in Martial City. Don't fall behind. Ling Xiao was relatively modest. Even if he didn't take into account the power of the martial soul puppet, as long as he used the soul armor on the beast god martial soul, Chi Tianmei would definitely lose. Everyone began to clean up the battlefield. After cleaning up, they went back to cultivate. Later, Ling Xiao was in his room, studying the more powerful Saint Rune art. Suddenly, Huang Yu came. Huang Yu looked somewhat similar to Huang Shui. It seemed that Huang Yu's genes were more powerful. However, the 2 women's personalities were completely different. Huang Shui was gloomy and ruthless. Huang Yu stood aloof from worldly affairs. Perhaps it was related to their backgrounds. Chapter 52:02. She was different from Huang Shui, who was born in the main palace. Huang Yu was just the child of a lowly servant. How could she have the heart to fight for power and status? It was already good enough that she could live on while at death's door. I should have come to see you earlier, but it's a bit late. Huang Yu saw Ling Xiao with a smile. Unlike Huang Shui's hypocrisy, Huang Yu's smile was very sincere. It made people feel very comfortable looking at her. It's not too late to come now. Ling Xiao smiled and said, as long as you still treat me as a friend. I heard you caused a big scene today. Even Chi Tianmei came. Huang Yu asked. I executed 3 deputy commanders. They were all from the Qi clan, so Chi Tianmei couldn't sit still. But it's useless even if she came. I told her that I'll give her a chance to kill me in half a month. She probably won't disturb me for the time being. Ling Xiao nodded. That's good. I actually came today to tell you something. It might make you unhappy, but please promise me that no matter when, you have to remember. I'm on your side. Huang Yu's expression suddenly became serious, as if she had a lot of helplessness. Ling Xiao intuitively felt that things might be a little bad, but he had seen great winds and waves, so he was fearless. He looked at Huang Yu and said, just say what you have to say. I believe we're friends who can trust each other. Huang Yu hesitated and said, you should understand, although Father hasn't seen you until now, but your talent, your way of doing things, has made him very surprised and satisfied. He even said in front of me that those brothers and sisters of mine are inferior to you. That's too much of a compliment. At the very least, I'm not a match for you and Huang Shui now. No matter the reason, the gap in strength is a gap. This won't change. Ling Xiao said indifferently. It doesn't matter if you don't agree, but Father thinks so. So he wants to rope you in. Huang Yu said, don't tell me he's going to betroth you to me? Ling Xiao said jokingly. Huang Yu didn't smile. Her expression was very serious. No way. Is he really going to betroth you to me? Ling Xiao stood up immediately. Such a thing was absolutely unacceptable. Although he had some feelings for Huang Yu, that and love were 2 different things. Besides, he couldn't let Yufanghua down. He had once sworn that he would only love the Moon Maiden in this life. Even if he went through 10 reincarnations, it would not change. A hint of disappointment flashed across Huang Yu's eyes. Am I so unworthy of your attention? She laughed bitterly. Although this was a marriage arranged by Golden King, Huang Yu still had some feelings for Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had saved her life, and his recent performance had been outstanding. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an outstanding young man? Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. He shook his head and said, "Princess Huang, you shouldn't say that. In my life, I have only loved one woman, and that is Fang Hua. Although Golden King has good intentions, I can only refuse. Sorry, I was too abrupt." Huang Yu took a deep breath and calmed her impetuous mood. Then she said, "You shouldn't refuse so quickly. In order not to let you refuse, Father has announced to the world that he wants you to be his son-in-law. Almost all the people in the Golden Martial Kingdom know that. If you refuse now, you will become his enemy. It will be very unfavorable for you and even ruin your plan. Golden King is vicious enough. If I refuse in the future, I will hurt you and make you ashamed to see others. He knows that I am a person who values friendship, so he deliberately schemed against me like this." A trace of ruthlessness appeared on Ling Xiao's face. "Sure enough, no matter when you are not strong enough, you will encounter some unfair treatment." "I know." Huang Yu nodded and said, "But I don't care. You can refuse in the future. This matter is Father's fault, but I still advise you to accept it for the time being. The identity of the son-in-law is extraordinary. It means that you have entered the royal family. You have many rights that you didn't have before, and you can get resources that you couldn't get before. Those little rascals won't dare to look down on you and target you." Ling Xiao knew that Huang Yu was telling the truth. Although Huang Yu was just a princess born from a lowly servant, Golden King still loved her very much. So, to be able to marry her was something that most people yearned for in their dreams. In an instant, it was equal to reaching the sky in a single bound. It was equal to less than 100 years of struggle. If Ling Xiao agreed, there was no doubt that his plan could be carried out more smoothly. Martial City would be easier to control in his hands. Even Huang Hai, the Lord of the Outer Circle, and Qi Lin, the Lord of the Middle Circle, dared not offend him. Golden King's son-in-law was equal to the core of the royal family. Whoever dared to offend him would offend Golden King. As long as Golden King didn't fall, he would definitely have great benefits. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was only below a few people and above most people. But Ling Xiao couldn't agree to this matter. First, he had Yufang Hua. Second, he hated the feeling of being forced. Golden King didn't discuss with him at all and made the decision without authorization. He even deliberately announced it to the world in advance, not giving him a chance to regret. Third, he didn't want to harm Huang Yu. If Huang Yu had him as her son-in-law, she might lose her previous qualification to stand aloof from worldly affairs. She would become a thorn in other people's side. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't accept this matter. Thinking of this, he looked at Huang Yu and said, "Your Highness, please go back and tell Golden King. I already have a wife and don't plan to marry another one. Although Golden King has good intentions, I can only refuse. Please forgive me." Although he knew that doing so would probably affect his plan, Ling Xiao still chose to refuse. People couldn't be without principles. Even if it was to achieve the goal, it shouldn't be like this. "It's no use." Huang Yu sighed and said, "The trouble is that you can't refuse at all, because your status is too low. Are you going to explain it to everyone you see? Father already expected that you would refuse, so he deliberately announced it in advance. But under my request, he also took a step back and gave a condition to cancel the engagement. It's just that this condition is really difficult to fulfill. I think it's the same whether I say it or not." "Say it." Ling Xiao knew very well that his resistance now was very powerless. Even if he refused, others wouldn't hear it. the whole Golden Marshal Kingdom, and even the warriors of the human clan's god realm would think that he was already the son-in-law. Fortunately, when Golden King announced the engagement, he also gave Ling Xiao a condition that he could choose for himself. This was the result that Huang Yu fought for. No matter how difficult it was, he wanted to hear it. That is to defeat him. Huang Yu smiled bitterly and said, "This is father's last concession. If you can defeat him, this matter will never happen." Chapter 52:03. So that's how it is. It is indeed difficult. Ling Xiao nodded. He guessed so too. Golden King was one of the top experts in the human race's divine realm, and even the entire eternal divine realm. Especially in the past 10 years, his speed of improvement had far surpassed that of the Sword King and the Wild Sand King. He had reached a level that the two could not reach. Ling Xiao wanted to defeat him, but it was easier said than done. However, when had Ling Xiao ever been afraid? He smiled faintly. "That's not enough. Go back and tell Golden King that the day I defeat him, not only will the engagement be annulled, moreover, he will have to bow down to me. Wouldn't it be too simple to just cancel the engagement? Huang Yu looked at Ling Xiao in shock. She found that in this young man's eyes, there was no difficulty to speak of. Even if it was an unreasonable condition, Ling Xiao still planned to fulfill it. It was like a 3-year-old child saying that he wanted to climb the highest peak of the Black Tortoise Continent. It was simply too shocking. "Listen carefully. It's about defeating my father, not my sister, nor one of my brothers." Huang Yu reiterated. "Of course I heard it clearly." Ling Xiao smiled. "What may be as difficult as ascending to the heavens in the eyes of others may be done in 2 or 3 years for me. Well, don't worry about this matter. When that day comes, I won't let you suffer. Well, I will tell my father, and I will wait for you." Huang Yu smiled bitterly. She did not expect this result. She never thought that this young man would have such terrifying ambitions and aspirations. But she did not know that Ling Xiao's ambitions were far greater than she had imagined. The Golden Marshal Kingdom, the Eternal Divine Realm, and even the entire Black Tortoise Continent were just a small step on Ling Xiao's path to unifying the mystic world. Of course, Ling Xiao would not tell Huang Yu this. It was not that he did not trust Huang Yu, but if he said such words now, he would be treated as a madman. "I'm sorry to make things difficult for you," Ling Xiao said. "It's not difficult at all. You might encounter some trouble later on. From the moment father announced the engagement between you and me, the entire Golden Marshal Kingdom was already in turmoil. Many people were asking who he was. Where are you from? What do you look like? What are your abilities? There was no lack of my so-called suitors among them. I'm afraid they will target you." Huang Yu continued. "Tomorrow, father will personally introduce you to the higher-ups of the Golden Marshal Kingdom. Although the royal family is in charge of the Golden Marshal Nation, the Golden Marshal Nation is still under the control of the royal family. However, the royal family was not united. They were divided into 3 factions: the royalist faction, the senior statesman faction, and the centrist faction. Each of them had a leader. If you become the emperor's son-in-law, then you will naturally be part of the emperor's faction. The other 2 factions will definitely see you as a thorn in their side. In addition, the Qi clan was also very troublesome. Then there are the thousands of warriors in the Golden Marshal Kingdom. I'm afraid they won't accept a nobody like you becoming the prince consort overnight. Golden King is roasting me on the fire." Ling Xiao sneered. "In this way, even if I don't want to work for him, I'm afraid I will have to passively help the royalist faction. However, he must not forget that I'm not an obedient dog, but a wolf. Be careful not to get bitten. Father's way of doing things is inappropriate. I can't judge, but there are disadvantages and disadvantages in this position. From today onwards, you can enter the middle circle, the inner circle, and even directly step into the Golden City. Huang Yu said, "That's a good convenience." Ling Xiao smiled. "By the way, this token is for you. Although you haven't officially become the Emperor's son-in-law yet, you have already entered into an engagement with me. We can be considered a family. With this token, you can travel freely in the Golden Region, except for some forbidden areas." Huang Yu took out a token carved from jade and gave it to Ling Xiao. There were layers of sacred inscriptions on it, which could not be imitated. "You have to make good use of this thing. Since Imperial Father has made you unhappy, you should reap more benefits from this matter." Before Huang Yu left, he smiled meaningfully and said, Ling Xiao understood and smiled. Although it was a bad feeling to be forced, it might not be a bad thing on the other hand. With the identity of the Emperor's son-in-law, he had even more reason to cause trouble in the Golden Region. The position of Martial City's city lord was not as useful as being the Emperor's son-in-law. Of course, the position of Martial City's city lord was also a must. This was part of his plan. "Golden King, what kind of person are you?" "It doesn't matter, no matter what kind of person you are. Since you dare to force me, I will do as you wish and defeat you, making you bow to me." Ling Xiao looked at the Golden City in the distance, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was a person who would take revenge for the smallest grievance. Whoever provoked him would probably never have a day of peace. "Xiao," Yu Fenghua walked out from behind the screen. "You heard it, right?" Ling Xiao looked at his wife, feeling a little ashamed. It was something that he had to refuse, but now it was forcefully turned into reality by someone else. Although it was not what he wanted, he still felt uncomfortable. "It's enough that you have me in your heart. I understand." Yu Fenghua smiled faintly and said, "Actually, you can marry Huang Yu. She's also a good girl. Don't joke around. My heart can't hold another woman." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, he knew that Yu Fenghua was just testing him. In this world, no woman would be willing to share a man with another woman, especially such an outstanding woman like Yu Fenghua. If she wanted, she would not lack men at all. However, she put everything she had on Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao betray her? "Only you know how to make people happy." Yu Fenghua smiled and said, "This Golden King really deserves a beating, but we're not strong enough now, so we can only endure it. Fortunately, it's not a great shame. For you, it's actually quite honorable. After all, there aren't many people in this world who can be chosen by the Golden King." "That's right, Big Brother. There are so many young talents in the Golden Martial Nation, but only you are chosen. It can only mean that you've been in the limelight recently and have already suppressed those people." Long Chen also smiled and said, "No matter what happens, you have a good brother by your side." "Boss, I'm here too." Xiao Jin, who had been silent for a long time, finally came out of seclusion. After cultivating for a long time and completely absorbing the Devourer energy, his strength had increased greatly. "Xiao Jin, what's your cultivation level?" Ling Xiao asked anxiously. "Early stage divine physique, echelon 10th level." Xiao Jin said excitedly. "Good. With this strength, you can help me a lot. However, your task now is still to cultivate. This is for you." Ling Xiao took out the flaming lion's corpse. It was well preserved in the universe world. "Oh my God, this is a divine soul realm demonic beast." Xiao Jin was stunned. Chapter 5204. That's right. It should be the 9th level of the divine soul realm. The Sword King said so. Ling Xiao said, "Boss, this is troublesome. This guy's power is too strong. If I devour it directly, I'm afraid I'll die from overeating. How about this? Let's leave it in the Qianquan world. I'll devour a little bit of energy every day. This way, I can improve my cultivation almost every day. Although it's not as fast as devouring it all, it's safer. I can help you at a critical moment. Xiao Jin said, after thinking for a while. All right, that's it. Go back and cultivate first. Ling Xiao said. In this battle of deception, Ling Xiao was not alone. He had these talented companions by his side. Okay. After Xiao Jin finished speaking, he entered the Qianquan world again. Long Chun, you have good stuff too. I've studied this ancient blood and found that it's very similar to dragon blood. This makes me suspect that the ancient race is a branch of the dragon race. This ancient blood will be of great help to improve your strength. You should go and cultivate too. If you need to go into seclusion, just do it. We won't have too much trouble for the time being. Only when you become stronger will you be of more help to me. Ling Xiao handed the ancient blood to Long Chun. At this point, the 4 things he took back from the ruins of the soul armor sect had been taken. Ling Xiao took the soul armor technique and the supreme soul armor. Yu Fenghua took the 9 revolution glazed pagoda. Long Chun took the ancient blood. The distribution was complete. Unfortunately, there were too few things. Cold Plum did not get any great benefits. Unlike Xiao Jin, who could devour the energy of the flaming lion. However, there were plenty of opportunities. As long as they were still alive, there would be opportunities to find other treasures. What he should think about now was the trip to the Golden City tomorrow. According to Huang Yu, not only did the Golden King want to meet him personally, but he also wanted to introduce him to the people of the Golden Domain. After waiting for so long, he was finally going to meet the Golden King, who he had never seen before. He wondered what he looked like. He estimated that there would be a lot of trouble. He had to seize the time to improve his strength. It was more troublesome to improve his cultivation. Therefore, the improvement of the sacred runes and martial techniques was crucial. In fact, as early as 3 days ago, before he returned to the Golden Domain, Golden King had already announced the engagement to the world. In the past 2 days, the news had spread like wildfire in the Golden region. Ling Xiao had originally only been somewhat famous in Martial City. However, after this incident, he had become the focus of attention of many forces in the Golden region. Unfortunately, there was very little information on Ling Xiao. What everyone could find out was that he had suddenly appeared in the Divine Rune Sect, obtained the Divine Rune Sect's inheritance, and even saved Princess Huang Yu. He had even used the Golden Light Saint Rune to block the combined attacks of Huang Shui and the other experts. After that, Ling Xiao followed Huang Yu to the Golden region. It was said that it was the Golden King's order. In just 1 month, Ling Xiao had risen from an ordinary city guard to the commander of Martial City's city guard. It wasn't a big deal if he relied on someone else. The key point was that he was able to become the commander of the city defense army completely based on his own abilities and calculations. He had defeated one expert after another. Golden King announced to the public that Ling Xiao possessed a beast god martial spirit with a high god position. However, he didn't say what it was exactly. In fact, Golden King himself didn't know either. Ling Xiao didn't possess a high god position, but a primordial god position. One had to know that above the high god position were the supreme god position and the master god position. However, a high god position was extremely rare in the Golden Martial Kingdom. The golden god position was only a high god position. Moreover, Ling Xiao knew divine rune technique, array formation, and alchemy. He was simply an all-rounder. Such a person was roped in by Golden King. Naturally, other forces and factions would be restless. Although Ling Xiao might just be a small butterfly, A flap of this butterfly's wings could cause an earth-shattering incident. The butterfly effect was not a joke. The Golden Region had 3 tall city walls from the inside to the outside, dividing it into 4 regions. No one knew what the city walls were made of, but it was said that even a peak divine soul realm martial artist couldn't break it. Only the gate was slightly weaker. However, it was heavily guarded. Golden City, Inner Circle, Middle Circle, Outer Circle, these were the 4 regions of the Golden Region. The Outer Circle was the biggest, had the most people, and had the most martial artists. The competition was also the smallest. Everyone hoped to step into the Middle Circle and advance to a higher stage. However, the Middle Circle required martial artists to be at least in the early stage of the 8th level Divine Body realm. Moreover, after reaching the 8th level Divine Body realm, one would have to go through many tests. In the Middle Circle, one would have to reach the 10th level Divine Body realm and pass through many tests to qualify to step into the Inner Circle. Of course, there were exceptions whether it was the Outer Circle, Middle Circle, or Inner Circle. If one's cultivation didn't reach the Inner Circle, they didn't have to pass the tests because they had someone above them. It was even more difficult to enter the Golden City. Cultivation wasn't the key there. Instead, one had to get permission from the royal family. The Golden City had the best cultivation conditions. There were 12 golden god statues. Rumor had it that each golden god statue contained a set of systematic martial arts. It was the top martial arts in the Golden Martial Kingdom. As long as one came to the Golden Martial Kingdom, there was no one who didn't want to go. It was such a difficult task, but Ling Xiao somehow managed to do it. He was just a nobody who had a firm foothold in the Outer Circle. His cultivation was only at the 7th level Divine Body realm. However, he was qualified to enter the Golden City as he wished. He could even comprehend martial arts in front of the 12 golden god statues. This was like reaching the heavens in a single bound. All the martial artists in the Inner Circle, Middle Circle, and Outer Circle were envious of Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao became the commander of the Martial City's city defense army and caused a commotion, then some people started to recognize him. However, this time it was a huge commotion. In addition, there were rumors that Ling Xiao had persuaded the Sword King to form an alliance with the Golden King. He even joined forces with the Sword King to kill the Wild Sand King, who had been running rampant in the Land of Exile for a long time. This made Ling Xiao the most dazzling person. However, behind this, the Qi family became the target of others' ridicule. Qi Hung became a vegetable and lost his position as the commander. Qi Fei was killed in the Land of Exile. Qi Tianmei also had to face Ling Xiao's challenge and might lose her position as the Martial City's city lord. It seemed that the Qi family was the unlucky one in this matter. As long as it was related to Ling Xiao, they would be depressed. Of course, when Ling Xiao became famous, the people around him also became famous. Cold Plum, Long Chun, and Little Gold didn't appear often, so there weren't many rumors about them. Yu Fanghua, on the other hand, was described as a fairy from the Moon Palace. Regardless of appearance or temperament, she far surpassed Huang Yu and Princess Huang Shui. Many women in the Golden Region were unconvinced. However, when they heard about Yu Fenghua's age and cultivation, many of them shut up. She was around 20 years old, but her cultivation was already at the 9th level Divine Body realm. This talent was something that countless people looked up to. Everyone was guessing the relationship between Yu Fanghua and Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't know about the discussions outside. He wasn't willing to care about these things. Chapter 52:05. A person's energy was limited. Ling Xiao was currently immersed in cultivation and could not extricate himself. Why would he care about the trivial matters outside? The martial artists of the City Defense Army who had fled Marshall City, were now filled with regret. Ling Xiao had actually become the prospective son-in-law, which meant that he had become a member of the royal family. The Golden King would definitely protect him. Compared to the Qi family, these people still felt that the royal family was more powerful. However, if they left, they could not return. Ling Xiao would not accept them. There were also some martial artists who came after hearing the news. They wanted to join Marshall City's city defense army and bask in Ling Xiao's glory. These people had a very keen sense of smell. They discovered one thing from a lot of information, which was that the 9th troop that followed Ling Xiao had a much stronger cultivation than before. In just a month, this improvement might be more than what they had in the past 10 years. These people wanted to seek refuge with Ling Xiao in order to raise their own strength. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had told Han Yuan that all martial artists who wanted to join the city defense army would be rejected. When a person was in power, many people would come to join them. However, these people were basically unreliable. On the contrary, when people joined them after they lost power, they were most worthy of nurturing. For example, the 9th troop. The next morning, Ling Xiao stopped cultivating and waited for Huang Yu to bring him to Golden City. However, Huang Yu did not come. The first to arrive was Huang Shui. Huang Shui seemed to have recovered from her injuries. In addition to the 2 powerful divine soul realm bodyguards by her side, there were also many young masters and young ladies who looked brightly dressed. They were all young people with good aptitudes. However, there were many who wasted their aptitudes. Their family background was too good, and their cultivation was too tough. There were many people who were unwilling to suffer. Ling Xiao did not need to avoid Huang Shui. He was now the city defense army commander, so he did not need to be afraid of Huang Shui. Therefore, he invited everyone into the commander's residence and ordered people to prepare good tea. Little Gold and Long Chen were cultivating in the Qiankuan world. Han Yuan and Chen Qi were in charge of the city defense army. Han Li served tea at the side. Yu Fanghua sat beside Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao planned to take Yu Fanghua to the Golden City today. He wanted to announce the identity of Yu Fanghua in front of the Golden King. He was not afraid of offending the Golden King, because as long as the Golden King didn't destroy the Qi family, he must keep him alive. Only by keeping him alive could he contact the Sword King. Perhaps Golden King was extremely reluctant, but he could only do so. Golden King tried to trip him up. So why couldn't he trip this old guy up? Huang Shui wasn't as angry as she had imagined, but she didn't smile either. It seemed like he was still holding a grudge over what happened in the land of exile. But so what? Would Ling Xiao be afraid of her? Ling Xiao noticed that the young masters and young mistresses that Huang Shui had brought over all emitted the aura of the god martial spirit. Other than the royal family's golden god, there seemed to be the Qi family's hound god, as well as the other family's god martial spirits. Whether it was a god martial spirit or not, the aura would be different. Among them, there were a few whose talent wasn't weaker than Huang Shui's. The reason for this was that their age was similar to Huang Shui's, and their cultivation was similar to Huang Shui's, or even stronger. Obviously, they were people with identity, status, and aptitude. Ling Xiao even saw Huang Taifeng, Yin Li, and Yang Qi, 3 old acquaintances, in the crowd. These 3 people were obviously stronger than the last time he saw them. Yang Qi didn't even look at Ling Xiao. He sat at the side and closed his eyes to rest. Yin Li, on the other hand, looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. It was unknown what she meant. Huang Taifeng looked at Ling Xiao with an unfriendly gaze. Ling Xiao was secretly puzzled. These 2 guys couldn't have recognized him, right? What kind of lousy tea is this? We can't get used to it. It's not as good as the golden tea in the Golden City. That taste is top-notch, and it can also increase one's God origin energy. Suddenly, a discordant voice broke the originally harmonious scene. Ling Xiao knew that these guys were here to cause trouble, but he didn't care. "Hanli, take his tea and give it to the big black dog outside," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Got it, brother commander." Hanli nodded. "Don't. He doesn't want it. I want it." A casually dressed young man with disheveled hair and a wine gourd in his hand smiled and snatched the tea. "Huang Yunji, are you crazy? I heard that you're addicted to alcohol. Why would we want this lousy tea?" The young man who said the tea was bad said loudly, "What does a kid know? This tea is not ordinary. It's 100 times better than the golden tea. Commander Ling Xiao has good intentions. You guys are really stupid. If you don't like it, just give it to me," Huang Yunji said disdainfully. At this time, Inli also said, "If I'm not wrong, this tea should be high-grade cloud mist tea. However, even so, it's not worth Brother Yunji's attention. This tea should have been mixed with special ingredients according to the ratio. Not only does it taste good, but it also has the effect of prolonging one's life, refreshing the mind, and improving one's cultivation. It's much better than the golden tea. Brother Yunji is too greedy." While speaking, Inli had already picked up her teacup. Yang Qi and Huang Taifeng also picked up their teacups. Everyone took a sip one after another. Immediately, they were pleasantly surprised. The young man who said the tea wasn't good was now regretting it. He didn't have any tea to drink and had lost all his face. "Ling Xiao, I order you to give me some tea leaves," that young man said arrogantly. "Huang Shui, you better control this follower of yours. You know my temper very well. If he dares to disrespect me, I don't mind cutting off his tongue." Ling Xiao said casually. He knew that Huang Shui was using these people to pressure him. Naturally, he couldn't give in. "You're courting death." That young man took a step forward and instantly pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. A sword pellet pierced through the air. However, it was stopped by Yang Qi. What a powerful sword pellet technique. It's indeed a divine ability of the Divine Mark sect. Yang Qi held the sword pellet in his hand and looked at it carefully. Then he said to that young man, "This is the governor's residence. Do you want to die by attacking without permission? If I didn't block the sword pellet, I'm afraid you'd be dead." "That's impossible. He's only at the early stage of the 7th level divine physique realm. I'm at the early stage of the 9th level divine physique realm." That young man still didn't seem to believe it. "You should have heard that he killed 3 early stage of the 9th level divine physique realm deputy commanders, right? Many people saw it. It can't be faked. Don't judge a genius combat strength based on his cultivation," Yang Qi said. That young man's expression changed. In the end, he shut his mouth and sat back down. Yang Qi took Ling Xiao's sword pellet and sat back down. "You must be the famous Yang Qi," Yang Qi said. "Can you return my sword pellet?" Ling Xiao said indifferently, "What if I don't?" Yang Qi took the sword pellet and didn't intend to return it. This sword pellet technique was quite exquisite. He planned to study it properly. He believed that the sword pellet technique would be better in his hands than Ling Xiao's. "Don't blame me for not reminding Brother Yang. It's not that easy to take what belongs to me. Ling Xiao, be careful not to burn your hands." Ling Xiao sneered. Chapter 5206. "Oh, I want to see how you're going to burn me." Yang Qi didn't care about Ling Xiao's threat. However, he regretted it in the next second. The sword pellet suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny blades that pierced Yang Qi's hand full of holes. Although Yang Qi was strong, he couldn't be on guard all the time. For example, at this moment, he was basically defenseless. So what if he was strong? See, I've said it before. My things are very hot. Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Qi. Although he didn't want to offend this young genius, Yang Qi stopped him from teaching someone a lesson and took away his sword pellet. Could it be that he had to swallow his anger? You're courting death. Of course, even if his right hand was crippled, Yang Qi was still very strong. Ling Xiao dared to hurt him. How could he not be angry? Haha, that's strange. I warned Brother Yang that you snatched my things and ended up being injured. How could you blame me for that? Ling Xiao mocked, but Brother Yang is a divine soul realm expert. Maybe you don't even put me in your eyes and want to humiliate me. It doesn't matter, just do it. I want to see if the Yang clan will be destroyed if you hurt me. Yang Qi's eyes revealed a fierce light, but he didn't dare to do it. At least, he didn't dare to do it in front of so many people. As long as the news was leaked, the Golden King would destroy the Yang clan for his own dignity. Not to mention that Ling Xiao seemed to have the Sword King behind him. That Sword King valued Ling Xiao more than the Golden King. If you don't have the guts to kill, don't come to me to act cool. I know you're strong, but I don't think I've offended you or your Yang clan. Ling Xiao looked at Yang Qi with disdain. Ling Xiao, you're just a prospective son-in-law. Don't think that you can use this identity to do whatever you want. Yang Qi is also a genius that father likes. Compared to him, you're just an ant. Huang Shui couldn't help but say, haha, do whatever I want. So what if I run amok? Ling Xiao contemptuously said, Golden King wants to use me to block the trouble for him. So contact Sword King. Why can't I use him to do things for me? You have to be clear, Huang Shui. This is not Golden King's charity to me. It's just a deal. In fact, Ling Xiao was very clear in his heart. The Golden King chose him as his son-in-law mainly because he had 3 things. The first was the Saint Rune art. Second, Sword King army. Third, the beast god martial spirit of a high-grade deity. If Ling Xiao didn't have these 3 qualities, Golden King probably wouldn't even look at him. Of course, he also understood this point, so as long as he did not lose these 3 advantages, he could boldly take advantage of Golden King. You dare to use Imperial Father? You're courting death. Huang Shui looked at Ling Xiao in shock. This person was simply crazy. He even said something like using the Golden King. It's no big deal. Presumably, Golden King himself knows what I will do, but he still decided to do it. This only shows that in his eyes, my value is greater than yours. Ling Xiao lightly said, Okay, enough of the nonsense today. I should also prepare to go to Golden City. If you want to make friends with me, I'll naturally return the favor. If you want to make trouble for me, you have to consider whether you have the ability or not. Let me remind you, I beat Huang Shui half to death, but Golden King didn't do anything to me. If you annoy me, no matter who you are, I'll be ruthless. Anyway, Golden King is protecting you, right? Moreover, some of you don't seem to be from the royalist faction. I guess Golden King would be happy to see you all killed by me. You're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger, but this kind of person usually dies very quickly. Speaking of this, Huang Shui glanced at Yufanghua, sitting next to Ling Xiao, and said, Imperial Father won't let Huang Yu be a concubine. So if this Yufanghua is your woman, separate from her as soon as possible. If not, find a good family for her. There are many young talents in the Golden Region. Any one of them has a better background than you, and any one of them is more popular than you. She's Yufanghua? No wonder I always felt that she was as light as a fairy. It's a pity that a fresh flower has to stay next to cow dung. The young master who was saved by Yang Qi earlier began to court death again. She's indeed a fresh flower. Not only is she a peerless beauty, but she also inherited the inheritance of the moon goddess. She also inherited the divine ability of the divine rune sect. She also obtained the 9 revolution glazed pagoda of the soul armor sect. If anyone could take her as his wife, it would be no problem at all. Huang Taifeng sneered. It was unknown whether this guy was always at odds with Ling Xiao because of the matter with Huang Taiwun. Huang Shui took the opportunity to say, all of you have the noble bloodline of the divine martial spirit. You're also the genius of the golden martial nation. Although there are many women who chase after you, there has never been someone as fresh and refined as this girl. Now, that Ling Xiao is the prospective emperor's son-in-law. He definitely won't let this girl suffer. If you like her, go ahead and chase after her. You won't lose out. Huang Shui's eyes flashed with a cold smile. I can't openly be your enemy, Ling Xiao. However, if these young masters all took a fancy to you Fang Hua, then even the Golden King would be helpless. What's more, the Golden King would probably give up on Ling Xiao's idea and deliberately betroth Yu Fanghua to someone else, even if Yu Fanghua didn't want to comply. This was enough to cause a lot of trouble for Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao wasn't happy, she would be very happy. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Huang Shui and said coldly, don't blame me for not reminding you. Yu Fanghua is my Ling Xiao's woman. Even if the Golden King wants to marry her, Yu Fanghua is still my Ling Xiao's wife. No one can change that. Stay away from her. Don't court death. Ling Xiao, you don't know what's good for you. The Golden King has already arranged a marriage for you. How dare you marry another woman? Are you going to defy the king's order? Huang Taifeng sneered. This is my business. You don't have to worry about it. You just returned to the Golden Region. You should take care of yourself. Don't get yourself killed here. Ling Xiao said coldly. Humph, it doesn't matter if you're arrogant now. Wait until you go to the Golden City today. If someone challenges you publicly, I'll see what you can do. Even if they can't kill you, they can humiliate you. It will be interesting to see the future prince consort being humiliated in public. Huang Taifeng snorted. What are you doing here? At this moment, Huang Yu entered the hall. There was also a mysterious expert following behind him. Perhaps the Golden King was worried that someone would secretly assassinate Ling Xiao, so he sent an expert to protect him. This person should be the Golden King's personal eunuch. He had a pale face and no beard. He was not young. His cultivation was unfathomable. Seeing this eunuch, even Huang Shui's expression changed. Everyone hurriedly bowed and said, Greetings, Eunuch Xiang. No need to be so courteous. I'm just here to escort the prince consort to the Golden City. Please listen to my advice. The prince consort is now the king's favorite. Don't act recklessly. Otherwise, I won't stand by and do nothing. Xiang Yulua said lightly. Chapter 5207. Xiang Yulua has served Golden King for many years. He knows Golden King's thoughts better than anyone else. This Ling Xiao was indeed a very good chess piece. It would not be a bad idea to use him. However, Golden King will not be too protective of Ling Xiao in today's trip to Golden City. As long as it is not a matter of life and death, Golden King will let it be. This kid is going to suffer today. Eunuch Xiang, you are busy. We will take our leave first. Huang Shui knows that it is useless to stay here. It is better to return to Golden City and watch the show. Ling Xiao is very strong. However, those people in Golden City are even stronger. Moreover, each of them has their eyes on the top of their heads. Therefore, Ling Xiao is bound to be unlucky this time. There is no doubt about it. Are you all right? Huang Yu observed Ling Xiao and found that Ling Xiao is not injured. Only then did he feel relieved. Trouble came so quickly. I really did not expect it. I thought about it. Moreover, I think it is very interesting. There are so many people who want to accompany me to temper my cultivation. What's not to like? Ling Xiao stood up and said with a smile, "Can we set off?" "Of course. This place is quite far from Golden City. There are golden griffins outside that can fly all the way to Golden City. Only after passing through 3 inner walls, you will have to stop and be interrogated." Huang Yu said, "However, with Eunuch Xiang here today, no one dares to interrogate indiscriminately." Ling Xiao looked at the eunuch and cupped his hands. "Eunuch Xiang, thank you for your trouble. It is my duty to serve Emperor's son-in-law. This Xiang Yulua is very polite. It seems that he is not arrogant at all. However, this kind of person is often the most dangerous. His true thoughts will never be revealed." Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua sat on the golden griffins together. After passing through 3 huge gates, they finally entered the city of gold. Looking at the hundreds of meters high city walls, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the scene he saw in Dragon City ruins. These city walls are so tall. How were they built? Could it be that there was something inside as well? Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. When they arrived at the Golden City, everyone got off the golden griffins and sat in the palanquins that were arranged in advance. Huang Yu, Ling Xiao, and Yu Fanghua sat inside, while Xiang Yulua walked outside. "Where are you going?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Golden Palace." That was the place where the king entertained his guests. The place was large enough to accommodate many people. "Even though I'm asking you to show your face, there will be a lot of trouble because there will be a lot of people. You have to be prepared in advance," Huang Yu reminded. "Understood." Ling Xiao was still indifferent. He didn't look worried at all. It was as if everything was under his control. "Aren't you nervous?" Half a month later, he would be facing Qi Tianmei. Today, they might encounter a lot of provocations. If you're injured, you'll lose without a fight after half a month. Huang Yu smiled bitterly. "How do you think I got to where I am today?" Ling Xiao asked, instead of answering Huang Yu's question. "Work hard," Huang Yu asked. "Although I might be a little realistic, I have to tell you that working hard is just nonsense to deceive people. Although hard work is important, it's not worth mentioning in front of talent. I admire people who work hard, but some people work hard for 100 years and still can't compare to the results of 1 year of cultivation. It's not that he doesn't work hard enough, but his talent isn't good enough." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I never believed in hard work. True success is actually 50% luck, 40% talent, and 10% hard work. Have you heard of the story of the tortoise and the hare? Actually, that story has too many loopholes. If it's really a race, the hare doesn't need to run at all. It just needs to walk slowly, and its speed will be much faster than the tortoise. It can still win easily. This is the reality." Huang Yu didn't say anything. Actually, everyone knew this, but they just wanted to deceive themselves. "If I work hard, I can definitely catch up with others." This wasn't bad. At least it was better than not working hard. However, it was impossible to catch up with those who were talented and didn't slack off. Even if they slacked off, as long as they weren't too lazy, a genius would still be a genius. Seeing that Huang Yu didn't say anything, Ling Xiao didn't say anything either. Instead, he opened the curtain of the sedan and looked outside. It was his first time entering the city of gold. The abundant spiritual energy in the city made people feel comfortable in their limbs and bones. No wonder so many people wanted to enter the city of gold to cultivate. The cultivation environment of this place was indeed excellent. If he didn't know how to use formations to gather spiritual energy and use the dragon cave to cultivate, he wouldn't be able to catch up with his talent. In addition to his talent, his cultivation speed was definitely incomparable to the people in the Golden City. If he stayed in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up with the warriors in the eternal god realm. Not long after, the sedan stopped. Everyone started walking forward because they had arrived at the Gold Palace. The majestic palace seemed to be formed from a single piece. It didn't look like an ordinary building at all. The material wasn't made of bricks and tiles either. It should be a magic treasure. Unfortunately, this magic treasure was too big. Ling Xiao didn't know what grade it was, but it definitely wasn't weak. When they arrived in front of the Gold Palace, Ling Xiao suddenly felt the pressure increase, because the aura of experts here was too strong. There were actually a large number of divine soul realm experts. It was as if they didn't cost money. The guards of the Golden Palace were all experts in the divine soul realm. But these people were still far inferior to Xiang Yulua. Compared to the Sword King and the Golden King, they were far inferior. But the divine soul realm was the divine soul realm. Ling Xiao didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of them. Under the premise that he didn't plan to use his martial soul puppet, he was just a small bug. "Is everyone here?" Huang Yu looked at the guard and asked, "Reporting to your highness, those who should be here are here. There are also many who shouldn't be here. The king doesn't seem to have the intention to chase them away." The guard lowered his voice and seemed to be familiar with Huang Yu. Even if Huang Yu was a princess born from a lowly servant, the Golden King still liked her. So naturally, there were some subordinates who took orders from her. "I'm afraid they're all here to laugh at me." Ling Xiao laughed. "Or maybe they're here to cause trouble for you." Huang Yu frowned. "Don't frown. You were originally quite beautiful, but now you've become ugly." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'll deal with it when the time comes. I've been through many storms." That's the only way. Everyone followed Xiang Yulua into the Gold Palace and passed through the magnificent corridor. They came to the main hall of the palace in the center. The area here was very large. Even when the Golden King held court, he would invite distinguished guests here. At this time, there were many people in the main hall. Many of them were experts, and some of them were young masters with status who specially came to watch the show. Among them were those who went to cause trouble for him with Huang Shui. The Golden King was sitting high on the throne, resting with his eyes closed. The people below were discussing animatedly. The topic of discussion was nothing more than Ling Xiao, the prospective son-in-law